Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live, January 22nd, Thursday, coming off of a really wild day in the markets. We had an up move, we had a down move, we had another up move, and all really stemming from President Trump speaking at Davos, a post he put on Truth Social. We'll get into all of that. But aside from that, which is there's not really a side note to that, but when we took a quick look at the tape this morning before we get to the news with Shai, I mean S&P up nearly 40, Nasdaq's up 230. You've got crude oil down $1.22. Crude oil got hit on that news a little bit. Bond market rallied back, which I thought was pretty interesting. You're back to a 115 handle in 30s. We're back to risk off, dollar pretty much flat across the board against everything. So not anything super exciting outside of equities that I see. I mean, natural gas is up 6.5%, but that's just like, that's nothing compared to the prior to 25% days. What's it up, 50% in 3 days, something like that. So again, we'll go through everything today, but if there's any lesson everyone learned from yesterday, as I put in my morning note, work your stops, know where you're wrong. Before you're getting in, because this market is really, really violent. And who knows? It could be done. It may not be. Announcements keep coming through. Davos is still going on. So keep it light and tight, everybody. Shai the news.
All right. So we had a post on Truth Social from President Trump yesterday. He said, based on a very productive meeting that I have had with the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, we have formed the framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland and, in fact, the entire Arctic region. The solution, if consummated, will be a great one for the United States of America and all NATO nations. Based on this understanding, I will not be imposing the tariffs that were scheduled to go into effect on Friday the 1st. And then it kind of goes on and on. But that is the gist of the post that sent the markets to the upside. This is kind of Trump's MO. It's his art of the deal, right? If you read his book, ask for way more, accept less, call it a win. Now, we have had, Rutte did talk to Bloomberg, and he said that the breakthrough over Greenland was secured without discussing the territory's sovereignty with President Trump, and rather focused on the broader issue of security in the region and in the quote-unquote practical sense, and how to prevent Russia and China from accessing the semi-autonomous Danish territory. Also, an American military presence was also not discussed. He said, though, Denmark is completely open to an increased U.S. footprint. We did have comments from Vladimir Putin, who said Greenland's ownership was not Russia's concern, and that's between the U.S. and Denmark. And then we had Trump on TV again this morning saying, U.S. will have total control, and I'm not going to pay anything for Greenland. So far, we have scant details on this particular footprint that is going to be laid out, and supposedly we have J.D. Vance, Marco Rubio, and Witkoff are going to be sent to hammer out the details of this. But obviously, all the markets care about right now is that tariffs are off the table. So really, it doesn't matter what the deal is. According to the markets, they just want to know that tariffs are off the table because they don't like tariffs. Moving on, we have NASDAQ obviously up this morning. We have a lot of talk in Davos, especially about AI euphoria. We've got Huang from NVIDIA has been hyping AI all week.
You don't say.
You have Sam Altman's meeting with Mideast investors for a $50 billion round for OpenAI. Alibaba said they're going to plan an IPO for an AI chip-making unit. So lots of talk about AI. It is sort of rallying that tech sector again as everybody's cheerleading it on. Earlier this morning, we had Trump launched his Board of Peace. I was actually up and listened to it. So we'll see how that goes. There were around 60 leaders were invited to join. We have a handful that have so far. We'll see who else joins. But interestingly, during that speech, he mentioned that the U.S. Defense budget is $1 trillion this year and likely will be $1.5 trillion next year. And JPM immediately came out and said, buy the dip in defense stocks after that. Moving on really quickly, we had Goldman is raising its year-end gold forecast to 5,400 from 4,900 on the assumption that the private sector will continue buying, as well as strong demand from central banks and exchange-traded funds. So not surprising. OPEC plus December output slumped deeper below quotas for the fifth month. I keep saying just because they raised production ceilings does not mean that equates to actual production. In fact, they are producing 1 million barrels below their quota right now. So just keep that in mind. And then last but not least, France says Trump must stop threatening champagne tariffs, which I have to agree on. So I guess we had the foreign minister of trade said that U.S. is a very important destination for wine and spirits, especially champagne, who said it's not acceptable to take these sectors as hostage. I agree. It's not.
Leave the wine people alone.
Right?
What are we doing here?
And then last but not least, let's go over, we do have data this morning at 8:30. We have initial claims and continuing claims. I don't expect anything out of the ordinary on that. We do have core PCE price index, although at Q over Q at 8:30, and then you have month over month and year over year at 10. I don't know why they split them up, but anyway, the core PCE price index this morning, Q over Q, is third quarter. So even though the Fed watches this, they're not going to care what. I mean, we have fourth quarter numbers out, and core PCE and month over month and year over year and PCE coming in at 10 a.m. is going to be October and November data. So again, it's all lagging data today except for initial claims and jobless claims. In fact, we do have GDP annualized Q over Q, which again is also going to be Q3. So all kind of old data this morning, kind of stale data.
Yeah. I just realized I forgot to introduce the panel this morning. I got to do a quick roundabout, because if we don't hear Jimmy's roundabout comment, when we go around the horn. Senior economist Tracy Shuchart, again, good morning. Shy. Senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro.
Good
Craig's
morning.
got the hoodie on today. He looks good in that hoodie. That's a good little setup for Craig. And my man on the big screen, we saw him earlier, but here he is again. He's wearing his Charlotte, South Carolina blue. He's getting ready for the weekend already. You could feel it. A gin martini is in his near future this afternoon. My man Jimmy Cagnina, senior market strategist. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. And I have a feeling today's going to be a great day to trade futures. We've got a lot of stuff going on.
See, now if I didn't go through that, we don't get that.
Right.
That's why it doesn't matter how late it is. You recognize it, you fix it. Getting back to the tape, Craig, yesterday negative gamma was in full force. It's interesting because when you have a negative gamma and you have a scenario where we had really, obviously live commentary from President Trump, and then you had the post coming out on Truth Social, that really drove market action. We saw, a tale of really three different tapes: a ripper higher, a ripper lower, and then all the way back up. And then here we are today. I'm curious, what has that done to the options market? Is that like a vol smash now kind of situation?
Yeah. I mean, Trump plus negative gamma equals, chaos, right? And so that's, we've been talking about how under the hood things have kind of been brewing a bit, with volatility creeping higher, the vol moving higher, implied correlations ticking higher, and Trump becoming a bit more of a chaos agent, at least over the last couple of weeks. And so kind of got the market into a situation where we were in negative gamma into a Trump speech, right? Or into it just Trump being out there. And so, when he gave the comments yesterday, first in the speech and then the Truth Social, we were whipsawing all around. And the negative gamma means that dealers are chasing positions in both directions. And so as the market moves higher, the dealers are forced to buy alongside the market. And then as volatility came down, because we're not attacking Greenland, that brought more passive and systematic flows into the market, which exacerbated the move. So we are still in negative gamma as of this morning. As we continue to push higher, let's say through 69.50 and above, then the negative gamma position subsides and we move more into a neutral gamma position. So won't have as much of an impulse moving higher. But if we start to reverse for whatever reason, whether it's macro data, whether it's another comment from something else, we can swiftly resume some of that selling. So not out of the woods yet, but yeah, when he's involved and we're in negative gamma, it just means things are going to move, and so position accordingly.
I think if there's anything you guys take in the mornings, we obviously talk about the macro environment, the news. We talk about all things that are not pertaining to the charts, and of course we get to the charts. Understand why I bring up negative gamma all the time is yesterday's a perfect scenario for it, right? Because it's working your way if you're short early. It's working your way later if you're long. If you're trying to look for like a mean reversion tape when we're in negative gamma, it doesn't really happen, right? It's peaks and valleys. And that's what you notice when you're in negative gamma. And it's really, accelerated, obviously, when we have President Trump going out talking about stuff. And so coming into today, knowing that we're still in negative gamma, keep an eye on things, because if it starts to go in one direction, it looks like it's going to be up for now, at least. For now, it shows that it might be a trend day. It might be a one-dimensional type move, and you just can't fade these things. I mean, I've learned, if anything, when I see it's negative gamma and we're rolling, I'm like, man, you can't fade this thing. I mean, until eventually it's so petered out, then maybe there's a fade trade, but don't be in a rush to fade. Jimmy, let's go to you and talk about the tape. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, up $36 in the S&P at 69.46 and a half. NASDAQ up a little over 200 at 25,685. Russell up $10 at 27.21, and the Dow's up 146 to 49,400. What's interesting in the indexes is that the NASDAQ is now leading. Shai talked about AI being front and center at Davos, which is expected. You're coming off of a massive year for AI, and really AI is still the story. The story doesn't just snap its fingers and change. I mean, AI is here to stay, and it's going to be a big theme continuing going forward. And now you wonder if the NASDAQ doesn't start to play catch up to the Russell. So you almost wonder, like, even if the Russell stays bid, does the NASDAQ start to lead higher like it tried to lead lower? I watch that very closely, because if the NASDAQ is the one that's leading up today, you don't want to be short S&P, you don't want to be short NASDAQ. That's just my opinion. Natural gas, like we said, is up 5% again today. We've got crude oil down $1.20 to 59.42. Heating oil at 231, off around 2% as well. Gold is pretty much flat. I mean, it's down $10 to 48.26 and change. Copper is down 0.5%, down around 34 ticks to 57.32. Silver up 54 ticks, 0.5% to 93.23, and platinum is up a few bucks to basically 2,500. So metals still remain bid. Again, if we look at this whole macro theme behind the scenes, there's still a lot going on. I know that everything becomes hyper-focused on what President Trump says, and I get that. But if you were to pull all of that out, I think this tape would probably be a little bit weaker. I still think that there's some things going on behind the scenes. Obviously continuing to drive metals higher. But again, I think what yesterday did was it changed. Well, it's going to change sentiment now. Everyone's going to start getting bullish again. And I think that it wiped out enough people that are trying to play short. I'm one of them. I'm not short anymore. I covered my shorts. I held that through that whole thing yesterday too, which is insane that I even did. But that's why I sit in options, because even as we were going up, it wasn't going down as bad as it could have been against me. But then when it came up in the afternoon and I saw that tweet, I'm like, I'm done with this. Basically a net nothing for me, which is crazy over a few days of being short. But probably should have took the money. It is what it is. But I know not to be short right now. Bond market flat, back up to a 115 handle earlier, 114.30 in the ZB, which is, it's not bearish equities. It's, if anything, it helps. The fact that we haven't escalated lower, we talked about that. 10-year yield this morning comes in at 4.265. Nothing burger as far as I'm concerned. 10-year yields are in the same spot they've been in a while. As long as rates continue to stay here, I think it helps equities. And dollars pretty much flat against currencies. Jimmy, what'd you see?
Well, I said it's going to be a great day to trade futures. This is kind of the day where dust is starting to, it's starting to settle, right? This whole, Greenland apocalypse thing is kind of behind us. Putin doesn't even care anymore. And, we're looking at some of the markets coming in this morning. The first thing I did was, what's the volume of the E-mini S&P overnight? And it was average. It was regular. I mean, right now we're tracking 170,000 contracts. So it wasn't a huge overnight volume day. So that tells me, all right, things are starting to settle down a little bit. Maybe we're going to have some really target-based trading intraday on some of these markets, and we get a little bit of normality back into them. So when I'm looking at that, I'm saying, well, okay, now all these gaps are filled. We've caulked it. The caulk is dried. We're above the VWAPs that you talk about. We're above. All of these yearly pivots and all of these things that we're worried about. And so now it's kind of like, all right, we're going to be kind of normal today when we look at some of the trading. The other market I'm going to cover in the Edge report is copper's really an interesting market. It's doing and by the way, full disclosure, I'm long a bunch of copper, but it's doing just a textbook retracement back to that 38.1% retracement right now. So it's stepping out a little bit compared to the other metals. And so we're going to talk about that. But again, great trading. We got the micros there. There's a lot of volume in the micros. I mean, right now we've done 14,000 only, but it's still, pretty tight, pretty decent. The big contract's done 21,000 in the micros as well. Same thing with crude oil. Crude oil's back to a 59 handle right now. Back to normal again. Look at this volume, 96,000 in the big contract. And overnight, we had the micros are 24,000 on crude oil. So there's participation. It's not over the top. Things are getting back to normal.
Yep. And, talking about those VWAPs that I look at, I mean, I was looking at them, I've been watching them very closely yesterday. I mean, the news is obviously what got me out. Remember, I got in shorts Sunday night right in the open. I covered into the evening the prior day from today, and then I got back in yesterday morning. Basically, again, it was just kind of a little bit of a wash for me. I might have maybe lost a few bucks after it was all said and done, which is crazy because I actually had a pretty big gain. And the reason I didn't cover it again is because we were below everything. I've learned, if anything, I just hold stuff. I mean, I try not to overmanage it. And I saw the rally in the morning and I'm like, Jesus. But then the afternoon rally, I'm like, it's over now. I mean, and again, when I look at it, it's like, I don't know that we necessarily made a good low. But I looked at the low and I'm like, it's kind of good enough. And this news, again, just changes everything. That VWAP, I'll go over later with Farm, comes right here at 69.50. If you go back and look at where the opening, the year price was, again, remember how 69.02 we kept talking about with Pax and I? Yesterday morning, he and I talked about it where I was messaging with him and where I'm like, dude, they go all the way back up to the opening print of the year. And then I go, they're going to make a new low? And he's like, yeah, I think they could. And then they almost did. But we're really right back in the range where we were. We opened the beginning of the year in S&P. So now you wonder if they can't build on this. If the bulls, like I look at this rally and go, whoa, you look at the rally from the low and you think that's a pretty big rally. But I look at the rally from the beginning of the year, it's nothing. So this thing could have legs. I mean, let's see what they do today. Negative gamma, I'm glad that you went over that, Craig, because I do think it plays a role on a day-to-day basis that it's very important to me because I know if I'm in a position, I'm trying to hold it. I'm not trying to fade something and be too quick to cover. Yeah. So talk a little bit more about that and maybe anything else you're seeing underneath the hood.
Yeah, we kind of came into, the last couple of weeks, finding reasons or rationale about why the tape seemed to be stalling and rotating and why tech was underperforming. And part of that had to do with, Trump introducing some more volatility, whether it was for the credit card companies, whether it was for the defense companies, the housing stuff. And it seemed like he was trying to, to do that a bit more. And so then he introduced more, geopolitical volatility as well. He eliminated some of that yesterday, but the stuff that was going on as of the Friday close, which weren't talking about tariffs, still exists, right? So there's still reasons to be a little bit concerned. And so I think, to your point, where are we versus the beginning of the year? We're kind of nowhere. So I think from here, what's going to propel us higher? Well, we need more flows into the market. So part of that is passive. Part of that is employment. Are we going to continue to see strong labor gains or a weak labor market? We get claims this morning. We'll get another read on that. We had an ADP weekly number earlier this week, which was soft. So we'll get a sense from that. And then the second part is earnings, right? And so the earnings reports that have been coming in have been strong earnings and really bad reactions for the most part, whether it was the banks last week, it was Netflix earlier this week, J&J yesterday, and then today you have Procter & Gamble, Knight Swift, the trucking company, good numbers, stocks are getting sold. And so where's the leadership going to come from? I think yesterday's move reduced some of the volatility, but I don't think it eliminated it. I think there's still plenty of things that Trump's trying to accomplish here. So I think we'll probably have some of this two-way trading between now and the end of the month into the Fed meeting next week, which is likely to be, a nothing done. No expectation for a rate cut, and the Fed's going to continue to probably say the economy is in reasonably good shape. We have no, we're not in a rush here to do much. So I don't know. I think we're going to be in that choppy tape where idiosyncratic single stock and sectors are going to perform good on a particular day, bad on a particular day, depending on the earnings of that day. And probably we'll just maybe chop around these levels here in more of a neutral gamma position. S&P pinned between 6,950 and 7,000. One day NASDAQ up, Russell down, the next day vice versa, until we get some more clarity on did earnings come through and what does the macro really look like.
I agree with you. I mean, that's what I said too. And I mean, Shai, what is going to be the next thing that potentially gets us going here again? We know that President Trump probably is going to continue to put out some ththings coming out of Davos. We'll see. We don't know. But.
Well, yeah, absolutely. We did see bonds tick down a little bit just now when he said, there's on the risk of EU selling U.S. Treasuries, he said, they'll be in big trouble if they do. So, there's still some threats out there. I think it's also important to note that we have ES and NASDAQ still in negative gamma territory, but unlike yesterday, we have RTY and YM in positive gamma territory. So, again, to Craig's point, volatility, if you're in negative gamma, that could create a lot of volatility, again, because market makers are trading with the market, and that goes for either direction.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I'll be watching for now is if the NASDAQ can start to lead us higher. You have the Russell, who's been the strongest of the majors. And if the NASDAQ starts to lead us higher and you start to see S&P get back above, some key area, we're really kind of right on them for me. I mean, if we start holding right above 6950-ish, it's hard to find any reason why they don't go back up to 7,000. I mean, it could be today, but if it fails from here in negative gamma, I think it goes back down. That area that keeps being a magnet, and I continue to watch it and talk about it's the opening price of the year, 5902 to 5912-ish area. Watch those prices. If it can get back in there and holds this morning, that would be an area I think the market is going to, if it's going to go up, it's got to hold that. If it doesn't hold there, is it right back and right back down? And with no news, it gets interesting now. If today is a quiet day, which we do have some data, I wonder what this what everyone comes out and actually does. My guess is they're going to try and buy this thing this morning on any sort of dips. I think that there will be a little bit of a dip, but nonetheless, watch the indexes. If they're working together, it'd be the first time really in a while we've seen the indexes actually work pretty clean together. And again, Russell's right off of fresh all-time highs again. Let's see if NASDAQ and S&P are going up with it and things start to move together. Then that would be not a move I want to fade. Jimmy, quickly go to you again. I know we're going to go into the Edge report with you, but metals, we haven't talked about much about them this morning. Yesterday, coming off of that news, I immediately looked at metals too. Not nearly as abrupt moves in the metals. I mean, they're always crazy, but versus everything else. What did you see?
Yeah, I mean, gold right now, it's a complete doji on the candle so far today. We had a little bit of selling activity. We had a decent sized wick at the top of yesterday's candle. So sellers did bring us back down a little bit, but this is still a dominant green candle to the upside here. And today it's just a pause, right? We're paused at the top. We haven't changed much in price so far. And you're right. I mean, I see 4,900, the 5,000 milestone in the futures. I think it's probably going to happen. And you have the situation where now we have this longer term area of what I would call resistance, now support. And that's really far away. That's 45.84 right now. Moving averages are just sloping straight up. MACD is sloping up. Everything is really bullish on a daily chart. So from gold point of view, yeah, we're not done yet. I think we still have a lot more room on the upside here.
And again, it brings in all these other questions about everything we're talking about. People getting out of the dollar, getting into the metals. That story is not going to go anywhere. Craig, 20 seconds. Take us out of this morning's panel.
Yeah, keep an eye on these earnings, right? I think we're into earnings season now. Less macro, more micro. Next week we get Microsoft and Apple. The following week it's Amazon and Google. So big tech is coming next week. If the numbers are good, I think we can get that rotation back into NASDAQ that's been lacking this year. And if earnings don't come through, then look, we're going to be in a more of a challenging environment here, for the rest of the first quarter, I think.
God forbid we focus on earnings. I mean, are they making money or not? I mean, let's kind of find out here. A shout out to the chat too. Again, good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here with us. Simplexity A, he goes, negative gamma is what people talk about at parties. It sounds smart. Yeah, it's true. It's really true.
Flows.
The flows. All right, everybody, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
NASDAQ futures, nice big green candle today after yesterday's benchmark candle here. We're north of that VWAP we just talked about for January. We're above that yearly pivot. We closed all the gaps. Moving averages are starting to curve up again. Intraday, we have some great targets. Now, zero DT call resistance has been fierce. This is the top of the London initial balance. We have a hard time breaking through that level. That's 25,700 right now. We just keep bumping up against it, bumping up against it. We have a decent amount of volume that's formed up at the top. Yeah, there's a double distribution, but again, it's a lower volume day, so I'm not surprised to see this. Recently, ever since the IB open here in London, we've been developing volume up high. The targets to the upside really is this MenthorQ 1-day max I'm looking at. That's around 25,770, and above that we have a blind spot as well. Blind spot 3, another MenthorQ level around 25,790, and then all the way up here, blind spot 1, again, MenthorQ, 25,980. On the downside, we got to break that 9 EMA and VWAP before we could make any meaningful. This is a session VWAP, by the way, at 619. JAX1 is defining the bottom of the conversation here at 25,500. Below that, though, should we get some movement down, we have a big area of interest down here at 25,400. We have call resistance, we have blind spot 2, we have the pivot, we have the high vol level just right below that. So this area right down here, should we break south, there's a lot of areas of interest which could drive price down that way. Let's shoot over the Treasury bonds. Treasury bonds are another thing that's just amazing to me. I mean, we're back into this consolidation range. This has been 7 weeks we've been in this consolidation range between, about 114, 17, and the upside around 116 even. Yeah, we have some wicks, poking around up there. And we've only had a couple of days where we actually closed out of that range on the upside, a couple of days where we closed below that range on the downside. And this was really, this was the tariff-driven freak out again that we saw a couple of days ago, but we're back into that range. Now, we're only at 115 handles, so we still have some work to do. And yields, last time I checked for the 30-year, were about 4.864, so still below that 5%. Intraday, we have some targets here as well. Let's just kind of pull this chart up really quickly. Kind of tight range here, relatively low volume again, and VWAP is going to be the answer today. That's that white line going through my really simple chart right here, and then VWAP, we'll see if we're going to start trading above it or below it. Right now, it seems like we're spending more time below that VWAP. And that's the pivot's also down here as a target too at 114.23. And actually, let me give you a better view because we have some more targets too. 1 day max up here at 115.18. Remember that. And then JAX1 down here at 114.16. That's kind of define any wild range we have today, but I don't know if there's going to be a wild range. Lastly but not leastly, let's get over to copper. This is what I was talking about. This is a beautiful chart, and I'm going to go ahead and change a couple things here really fast. But it's really kind of we peaked out here around 6.1125. And we've just sold off really, and this is an orderly sell-off. This wasn't crazy sell-off. We don't see a lot of big dislocations or gaps or anything like that. We broke through this trend line to the downside, and we're just about to tap the 38.1% retracement, which is a key level here. And the moving averages, the 8 and the 21, are starting to converge. So if we get across there, I'm going to probably be a little bit more bearish. Right now, I'm going to call this kind of a routine retracement right now. Bottom of the conversation, 5.53. That's at that 50% retracement right by that 50 EMA. And then intraday, really quickly, a couple major targets here. JAX2 really is going to be formidable down here at 5.7, forming the bottom of the conversation, trading below session VWAP. And then at the top is JAX3, and that is at 5.82. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Back to all of us, Jimmy. We have data coming
15 seconds. We have data coming up. survey is 209K, and continuing claims 1.890 million. So that's coming up. We'll see if it's in line or not. Should relatively be. So came in at, initial claims came in slightly below at 200K, and continuing claims also a little bit below at 1.849 million, and core PCE for Q3 survey was 2.9, actual 2.9, prior 2.9.
Craig, anything to take from this?
Not really. Claims are, not really showing signs of significant deterioration. The labor market seems, steady-ish, right? Not too much hiring, not too much firing going on, and the Fed's probably going to look at that and say, not really much for us to do at this point. So I suspect, no rate cut in January, and the odds of March are probably going to keep sliding as long as the labor data doesn't fall apart.
And when we keep talking about inflation, we're not talking about it today, but again, you can't look away from it. Natural gas, we talked about all the metals, even though copper's down again today, there's utility behind all those metals. And we've been talking about other reasons why commodities are going up, why inflation should start to rear its head. And so jobs data just seems like, again, it feels like Fed's at a standstill, at least till May, where we know they're going to come in, probably cutting rates. Whoever the new Fed chair is, we'll see if he gets the votes.
June.
Or
We'll
June.
see.
Yeah, exactly. That's right, June. Jimmy, I know you just did an edge report. Quick kind of overview coming off of the data, then we're going to get to our guest today, Katie Stockton.
Yeah, I didn't see anything caustic happen. I mean, bonds are down a tick. We're below that 115 level, but not a big deal. E-mini S&P is still sticky at the top of the conversation for today. So that data did not really do anything just yet.
All right, panel. Thank you so much. Shai, quick preview of our guest.
All right, we have Katie Stockton. She is the founder and managing partner of Fairlead Strategies, which is an independent research firm and RIA advisor. She's been on CNBC. I'm sure you all have seen her there, and she covers U.S. equities and Bitcoin. So looking forward to talking to her about what's going on in these crazy markets lately.
That's right. All right, let's bring her in. Good morning, Katie.
Hi, good morning. How's everyone doing?
Doing great.
Good.
Great to speak with you on the show. I know you and I have done some podcasts and stuff in the past, so great to have you here on NinjaTrader Live. We know that we're probably going to talk a lot about technicals with you, but before we get into the charts, and I'll pull up some of the charts as you're discussing them. What are your thoughts on just this overall market environment? Like, when you look at this environment, you sit down with everybody before you go into the charts. So what is that you're saying? Like, what market? How would you characterize this market?
Long-term uptrend for U.S. equities. As a technician, you can't really argue that. But more recently, since about October, we've seen a loss of intermediate-term momentum. And with that, we've had more rotations, and the technology sector has underperformed, which is something that we're not accustomed to. So I'd say it's been a shifting tape sort of under the surface, but the major indices on the large cap front and even small cap front now are very close to all-time highs. So there's nothing bearish about that.
Yeah, when we look at what's happening in the news, we know we can't control it, but a lot of times it's the technicals will tell you something prior to it happening, and then sometimes post it happening, it'll change things. Anything coming out of this week that you saw going into, let's call it Sunday night, when we had really the big gap down in U.S. equities, to post now President Trump kind of walking back some of the stuff?
Yeah, these long weekends always throw us off, don't they? I feel like, with the shortened week, we've seen a bit of volatility, of course, at the beginning of the week. And what happened in our work is that the NASDAQ 100, which previously looked like it was lifting from this triangle formation that had been intact since that October timeframe, sort of failed, right? That triangle breakout didn't see immediate upside follow through, which it should do. Triangles to us are pretty high probability setups that see follow through right away. So the fact that we didn't see that follow through, especially as we came in on Tuesday to a pretty weak tape, I think that was a bit of a message perhaps from the market that the triangle breakout didn't work. And that means things are a bit more tenuous. I think for Q1, we are set up for some kind of corrective phase. But thankfully, the next day, we didn't confirm a breakdown below a support level that we were watching. And that support is based on the cloud model. So we like to use Ichimoku as a gauge of support and resistance. And it had support for the NASDAQ 100, just above about 25,000. Of course, a psychologically significant level as well. So we were glad to see that breakdown not confirmed the next day. We always wait for confirmation. And now we have just the triangle sort of keeping hold of the NASDAQ 100. So we're watching the triangle. We're watching that support really closely also for the S&P 500 equivalent support. And if these support levels are broken, then of course downside risk does increase. And because the levels are so close, it gives us an easy way to manage risk, right? It means that we can establish tight stop losses in a way. We do feel like ahead of mega cap earnings, which are now likely to come back in focus with all of the geopolitical stuff having settled down a bit. I think that if anything, they're teed up for a positive reaction without having a real edge into earnings. We don't have a fundamental take on the likes of Microsoft and Apple and what have you, but we do feel that they're coming into these earnings reports pretty deeply oversold. We don't have any buy signals yet, no demarc signals or anything to suggest that they're completely done going down. But when we do see these downdrafts ahead of earnings, it's easier for them to react positively. So we wouldn't rule that out as something that could give us one more push higher before a corrective phase that has a bit more significance to it and unfolds.
Interesting. And what are your thoughts on the Russell 2000? Obviously, we've kind of seen that outperform, comparatively speaking, to the NASDAQ. So what is this market looking like to you? I mean, everybody loves to short this market, right? But it really hasn't given them much opportunity. So love to hear your thoughts on this market.
Well, it has been really interesting year to date. Right now we're third weekend. And the rotation is what makes it so interesting. It's the rotation into small and mid, for one. So equal weight strategies have shined over large cap. We've seen also even rotation into international versus US equities. So it's been pretty fascinating. And yet when the rebalancing, I think that happens at the start of the year, sort of peters off. Maybe we'll see a bit of a retracement in these trades that have been valid for 2 or 3 weeks. And that includes small caps. So we've had a very good up move from the Russell 2000. And in December, we highlighted in our research a long-term cup and handle formation, which was completed in December, sort of mid-month. Really bullish long-term setup. And so we're constructive on that trend and still have very much like the support of the monthly indicators. So no issues there. Short term, there are now some demarc signals to suggest that we'll get a retracement, just a pullback. So if somebody were to say, well, should I add exposure now? I'd probably say wait a little bit and let the market come into you. And even when you look at the ratios, so Russell versus S&P 500 or small versus large effectively, it's pretty steep. So now the ratios also have some minor signs of upside exhaustion to suggest we'll see a bit of a retracement. So very much on board with the small caps longer term and even intermediate term looking out to Q2. But I do think that a pullback seems somewhat imminent, both in absolute and relative terms, and perhaps then even a corrective phase in Q1 that could be more significant if indeed that's the case for the major indices as well. So not necessarily the best time to add to small caps, but certainly encouraged by the big long-term breakout.
Love that.
Yeah, maybe we take a look at energy a little bit too, because Shai and I talk about crude oil market quite a bit, and it just seems to really not gain any legs when it tries to go higher here. Earlier this year, we got up to mid 60 to 40-ish. And now we're right back in the range we've been in for some time. Have you been tracking crude oil?
Yeah, we watch it really closely. So we publish on it on a weekly basis. And I think it's pretty interesting. We've been, just like you, watching for an important low to be established. And there was an important low in the mid-50s, looking at WTI. The relief rally that we've seen most recently did come on the back of an intermediate term oversold indication from both the stochastics and also the DeMark indicators. And those are still, I'd say, active in a way, supporting more upside follow through in the coming weeks. And you can imagine if we do see that follow through, maybe lift above the 200-day moving average and get into some secondary resistance, which is in the high 60s, then it's going to start to look like a real bottoming formation. The energy sector, the equities seem to be anticipating that. We have seen a pretty, I'd say, notable long-term shift there. So even just looking at the XLE ETF, it's been very much range bound until more recently it seems to be lifting out of that range. And if you look at a monthly MACD, you'll see that there is a pending buy signal. And this is the first time, I think, since early 23 that it's flipping to a buy signal. So I think that's interesting. I'm intrigued. We don't want all of our, positions to be turnarounds like that. But, at the same time, I think there's potential that this kind of mid-50s support level for crude oil was really very important for it. And if you can see the cloud-based resistance that we're watching, which is around $68 per barrel right now, if that level is cleared decisively, that's where we start to say, okay, well, this is a lasting reversal of what has been a pretty pronounced downtrend for crude oil.
Can we talk about silver? I mean, is there any technicals to even talk about a market that's just crazy like that?
Well, and I've gotten more questions on silver than I have ever in my career in the past 3 weeks. But I will say it's momentum, right? And the sentiment's driving it. I'm quite sure you probably can't justify the moves, these 8% up days, day after day. But it is momentum that I wouldn't want to fight against. And if I was lucky enough to have a position, I would simply just want to keep that momentum on my side. A retracement obviously is has the risk of being pretty significant, but it's coming from pretty high levels at the same time. So I wouldn't be too fearful of a pullback. What I like to watch to that end is the 20-day moving average. When the 20-day is pointing higher, it tends to be, a decent intermediate term indication of momentum. So for those that are sensitive to pullback, they might want to use something a bit tighter or more sensitive like a stochastic on the daily. But I like the 20-day and these types of uptrends that are sort of parabolic or very steep. And when the 20-day starts to roll, that usually is a good time to reduce some exposure.
And last, maybe we'll talk about gold. Or go ahead, Shai.
So I wanted to ask about Bitcoin because we hit that high. We had that October harsh sell-off, and we haven't really seen it do much since then. We've kind of been rather range-bound, although I'll bite in a big range, but, for Bitcoin in a small range. So what are your thoughts on that chart?
Yeah, so we're watching some important support, which is sort of a moving target because it's based on the cloud model as well. We found that Bitcoin does adhere to the cloud, just like a lot of FX and commodities. For whatever reason, maybe it's a lot of eyes on it. But the cloud model seems relevant. And I think looking at a week or so, it's around 88,000. So we're very close to this support level. As with all breakdowns, we want to make sure a breakdown would be confirmed. So if we saw a confirmed breakdown below the cloud, that would suggest that we're getting out of this range to the downside and that we've got another downdraft in store. But because the cloud is in close proximity and we've had improved intermediate term momentum gauges, I would say that there's still the potential for a bigger relief rally. We see resistance initially around 94,000 and then secondarily around 105,000. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of substantial tradable relief rally, but it's really essential that cloud-based support holds in order to keep and trade that position, because that should bolster this consolidation phase.
We've only got 30 seconds left, so I want to end with just asking you a question about technicals.
Sure.
We've got a lot of traders out there trying to build their strategies. You've built a strategy that has been tested over time. what are some of the tips you can give people when it comes down to sitting down at the screen, putting indicators together, and just building their chart layout and what their overall technical strategy could look like?
Yeah, I mean, I would encourage multiple time frames. So make sure you have a sense of the longer term for that might be different things for different people. But multiple time frames is important. And just to be consistent, have a discipline. There's no, right answer in terms of the combination of indicators that you use. But usually what I encourage is that you have one or two maybe for trend following, one or two for overbought, oversold, and maybe a relative strength comparative ratio. And that gives you a pretty good complete picture without being duplicative. We're really only working with price here, so it doesn't need to be terribly complex.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, one of the things that I've seen over the years is exactly what you said. They have a lot of redundancies. They have like multiple momentum indicators, and they get, you're getting that signal, whether it's stochastic or RSI, and then they have MACD, and they keep having all of these very similar indicators that are giving them almost the same indication, but then, a little bit of a different times. It's like, just pick one of them, and, and it'll give you enough. Yeah.
I agree with that. We're all prone to confirmation bias, so we'll see what we want to see.
Yeah. Hey, that's so true. Katie, thank you so much for being here today, giving us insight as to what's happening in the markets and helping traders build out their charting strategies.
No
Always
problem.
great
Nice
to see you.
you all. Yeah, it's been too long.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it, it's funny, Katie, she sits back and she's, from a viewpoint of a technician who just sits back and looks at everything, and she's not into the trenches every day, scalping S&P and doing stuff. So I love getting that perspective because I think it helps everybody slow things down. And although we might look at our longer term charts before the open, we still get to the short term and immediately we're like, I want to be long, I want to be short. You know what I mean? And it is what it is. But I think that having that mindset of hers, being able to pull back and really see what's happening, it allows us as traders to become better executors in the short term.
Oh, 100%, 100%.
So data came out this morning, Shy, was really nothing. We know we might get something else possibly from President Trump. Who knows? I mean, it's very unpredictable. But he's gone from Davos now, though, right?
So I think he has, I think this was his last day there.
Today's his last day.
Yeah.
Anything else in the pipeline we need to be watching out for? Any maybe big speakers that are coming out today that could possibly move this tape?
So, well, there are a lot of side meetings going on right now, so anybody could say anything. And of course, the global media is there interviewing people, whatever chance they get. So, headlines can come across. It doesn't matter if they're speaking or not because they're in the public eye right now via the media, no matter what. Plus, again, all the other side meetings. Another reminder, we do have data at 10. It is stale data, kids. It's going to be October and November data, so I doubt it's going to move the markets any, but be aware there is data at 10.
At 10 a.m., Shai will put that in the chat, and of course, Craig will be commenting anything he sees throughout the morning as well. Shai, great morning, great session. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring in Farm. Good morning.
Good morning. I see you fell asleep on the buy button again, Deli.
Man, I fell asleep not hitting the buy button to cover my shorts is what happened, buddy. It's interesting. I covered them late in the day yesterday. I wrote it through that whole morning. And it's like, again, one of the hardest things that people will go through in their careers is to go from a short-term scalper like I was in and out, slamming S&P, take the offer out, lift it, hit the bid and just, I scalped for many years. And to be able to go back and learn how to sit on things, it's like I now sometimes get to the point where I sit on things maybe a little bit too long. But, I had reasons to hold shorts yesterday or going into, I've been short since the beginning of the week. We were below everything. And here we are back, and let's go to the charts now. We're back to, scene of the crime per se, right? I mean, Sunday night we had that gap down. Markets open lower. We were below everything. I thought we were going to head down to, just sub 6,800. And I look at it like this. Again, I put options on to be able to buy time, to be able to withstand volatility. And so I don't micromanage them. Obviously, the news changed things yesterday. And now here we are back to above the opening day's high of the year. We're back to all these moving averages. We're back to the VWAP anchored from the beginning of the year. We're back to everything. And I look at it and go, after all that, and this it's like, you get the perspective of where we came from yesterday versus where we come from the beginning of the year, where I continue to build my perspective is from where we are from the beginning of the year. And that's how I'll continue to kind of navigate the markets. Nothing's really changed, right? So we're back to where we were trying to fight and potentially go higher earlier in January. And so now we're going to get back up potentially today. If we really get above, like really right here, 59.50-ish, 50 to 55 is the highest price I have for any moving average and VWAP and all of that stuff. We're above all of it. We'll see if they can build on it. Again, what I have noticed this year in the action when I look at the tape is that it's run out of gas on rallies. It's very, very fiery on a low back up to a high, or from a high back down to a low. But when we get up on a high, there's very little buying, and on the lows, there's been very little selling, right? We're not making range. If you look at the year so far in S&P, you've got the high for the year at 70.36, and then the low was made of 68.14. And although that is a reasonable range, what is that maybe like? 1% 70, so it's maybe a 3%, not even 3%. Roughly range for the year. Is this all it's going to be? Top to bottom range, 3% in S&P at these prices and this volatility is not that much big of a range, in my opinion. I think it could be significantly higher by the end of the quarter is kind of the way I look at it. And so we'll see. Can they build up on here? And I wouldn't be scared to start getting long if I start to see a day like today close above it, start to stabilize above this area and look. I still think we're going to find resistance. I've got it that comes in on my indicator just below 7,000. Same things you see over and over again. Again, I look at the tape and nothing's changed from that perspective. What I will find interesting if it continues is can the NASDAQ lead higher now? Let's not forget the Russell led higher earlier, and now the Russell's sitting on all-time highs. The NASDAQ, does it now play catch-up? If the NASDAQ starts to lead us higher, then it's actually relatively, I wouldn't say cheap, but it's easy for me to buy some calls or even buy futures and be long S&P because I know I'm wrong if we get back below 69.02, which is the opening price of the year in the S&P. I think that the move could have legs. So I want to see if the NASDAQ continues to lead and the divergences may be removed from the tape, or if the NASDAQ's up, the Russell, S&P, and Dow finally come in line, right, as the real leader of the market back. And I think that has potential to happen right now. You heard Katie talk about we got earnings coming out next week. And Craig and Shai talked about this as well. Craig talked about how a lot of these big stocks, AI stocks, or Mag 7 stocks, many of them are oversold, Microsoft, Apple. Coming into earnings now, do they start to get a lift and start to lead the market higher and the Russell maintains its rally and all of the ships are pointing in the same direction? I think that is a sign that maybe I could start getting long and the market starts to move higher and we actually start to make range up. Not seen that yet. I think today could be a day where we start to learn more about it, but that's where my mindset is coming into today. What are you looking at?
Yeah, yesterday was definitely pretty wild with some back and forth. After they crushed the VIX, what's it sitting at? Less than 16 now. And we traded 120 handle range, something like that yesterday. So that was pretty wild. I'm going to flip over to the chart that I brought up yesterday morning with these monthly profiles. We talked yesterday, so we had come down, we had hit basically value area low 4 last month. And that was my target on the short side in the short term, right? And so from there, it was on sellers to then find some continued consolidation, volume build down here in this potential lower distribution. They did that a little bit yesterday with some of the back and forth, but here we are kicking back out to the upside and into prior value and the meat of this upper distribution, primary distribution for the month. So everything looks great. This morning chat's very bullish. I think that's very reasonable. And from there, I think we just say like, okay, well, what could change that, right? And basically, this thing would have to unravel pretty significantly, and really the overnight low is at the perfect spot for me. It was the 69.08 half to 69.11. Yep. On Sunday, opened the weakness down to 6800-ish, 68.17 half to 21. That's my spot. That was the high, that early morning high yesterday that we sold off of massively, but then made a higher low. And then so it was like news in the morning. I don't even know what it was. It was just like, maybe we're not going to invade Greenland. We'll just make a deal or something. I don't know. It was dumb. And then later we got the news of the fact that I think Trump like dreamed about the possibility, about thinking about maybe mentioning a framework or something like that for a deal. And man, they really just completely obliterated volatility on this move. Like maybe too much. It was wild. But you see the 69.08 half to 69.11 was again critical overnight. So when I'm on usually Thursday mornings, we're talking about the back half of the week and what the weekly profile looks like. And so we've had this conversation before. We had translated that yesterday to the monthly profile, right? Can a double distribution profile form? And so now in this week, the goal then for buyers is to maintain, for me, a clean breakaway from the 69.08 half to 69.11. And that overnight low looks amazing, right? It did exactly that. And then form some kind of upper distribution up here for a double distribution week, reclaiming the RTH gap. So that was Friday's low is 69.60 half. And then really the 69.69 to 69.73 half, really the last kind of line to me. But I mean, yeah, if we're big picture, if we're hanging around back up in this upper distribution, then it really opens rotations back all the way up to the highs. So, the risk then is like, okay, how does that fall apart? And to me, it starts now, especially under this overnight low at 69.08 half to 69.11. As long as that holds, then things look constructive to me to continue to retry this upside break. And that's all you really probably need to be worried about on that. So we've got today, and I think today's Thursday. I'm all messed up in my days because it's a short week, but we've got 2 more days to fill out this weekly profile. As of now, value is firmly gapping lower. I mean, relative to like everything to the left. And so, because of that, you always have to keep in mind that sellers aren't completely dead. They have accomplished at least that, but a clean double distribution to the upside back into, last week's range. We've got last week's low was like 23.25, something like that. So we're back above that again. So we can start working back up range. Buyers have the exact setup they need to really just shut the door on sellers today. So if it doesn't happen, then you know what that looks like. I think if we're offering 69.08 half to 69.11, and I agree, I was prepared to give them to 69.02, the yearly open on an ETH basis, I believe it was, maybe to 6,900. But at this point, the overnight low is perfect location for me. So that's sort of the risk here to me for longs is as long as that's holding, it looks reasonably constructive. We, of course, have to monitor for an RTH gap fill reversal off of Friday's low. Maybe Friday's close, the 69.69, 69.73 half. But sellers would have to come out swinging, right? I mean, they're going to have to take this and crack it all the way back through to me, the overnight low, or it can look short term as bearish as it wants. But as long as this is ultimately a clean breakaway from, the 69.08 half to 69.11, it opens a clean rotation basically up to 70.15 for me. In the same way that below 69.08 half gave us a rotation to 68.17 half to 68.21. It's the same thing, the upside basically above there opens a rotation to 70.15-ish. So this is completely on sellers to negate this. Bulls have them completely dead. Let's see if they can, put the nail in the coffin here today. NQ is broadly similar, and I'm going to give them to, basically that 420 spot. Again, to me, clean breaks away from this weekly distribution into some kind of a double distribution. It looks like we're sustaining above this 654 to 669 as of now. If that's given back, you've got a little bit of short-term risk, but not really. But this, to me, a move up to 791.809 is coming as long as the 654 to 669 spot's not given back. I would be a little bit cautious there. We do have single prints from Friday above, I want to say 765 half, something like that. So if we, start to make a rotation up towards that 791, we fail. Potentially that could get a move back here to this 654, 669. And you just have to monitor for any continuation from there. But again, bulls have sellers completely dead as long as they don't fumble this. And bulls don't tend to fumble as much as bears do. So they've got them right where they want them for sure. And a nice looking, low yesterday that was defended on ES going back here to that higher low. There was definitely a pretty mean buyer, especially on NQ, around what range was that? Maybe this 4. Trying to remember the range on maybe 720, something like that. But there was a pretty strong buyer on the Qs on this higher low yesterday. And so this move doesn't surprise me too much. Only concern is, again, cracking back those spots, call it the overnight low on ES. And, then some risk comes in. But other than that, bulls have this. It's their ball to lose.
No, I agree. I mean, I think the overnight low is a great low. I mean, if the bulls can't build on a day like today, with after what we saw yesterday, you washed out at least some longs, I think, on that low, earlier. And what was it like? Today's Thursday, because I know it was a shortened week. I think you definitely got some weak-handed longs out enough to where maybe those buyers come back to the market. And again, the market held where it needed to hold. That's the way I look at it. I mean, the overnight low was good. I thought yesterday afternoon, after they rallied and pulled back, I thought the market was holding areas it needed to hold. I think it went back down to like just above 6,900, right? I was looking at 6,902 again, and I'm like, wow, it stopped just in front of it, and then one bid again into the close, bid them overnight, rotated back down, held again, and now here we are at overnight highs. I think the story comes down to, can the NASDAQ lead everyone higher? Is the NASDAQ and the S&P going to play catch up to the Russell? I think that's going to be important. If the indexes are all working together higher today, going to be a very hard market to fade. I think it's one of those days, if you see that, you just wait for a little bit of a pullback. It might be narrow, and it's a buy, but we'll see. All right, Farm, thank you so much. Everyone, check out Farm on his Substack and what he's doing on X. And, of course, don't miss the Sunday night show. It's hard to believe. I feel like we just watched your Sunday night show, but it was Monday this week. Getting ready for the Sunday night show. It's a show you don't want to miss. Laughs and education. Farm, have a great weekend.
Take care, Deli.
Oh, all right, traders. Well, here we are getting ready into Thursday, Trade the Open. Quick recap this morning. Again, natural gas up nearly 8% again. Baby, it's cold outside. That is the macro behind that. Gold, metals today in their own right, a little bit calmer, if you could even call them that, after what it's been. Eyes back on equities, as we know. The taco, as everyone calls it, when President Trump has kind of turned things back around and made everything really good for the bulls, right? Doesn't want to see the market go down. He actually said yesterday, I saw in a statement that he said he thinks the market could double from here. Wouldn't that be something to see? Again, bond market's really flat today. Again, all eyes on equities. Everything against the dollar is kind of flat. Not seeing a lot there. You heard us throughout the morning talk about it. We had some data with jobless claims. Really nothing burger. This morning we do have data at 10 a.m., so make sure you're aware of that. And we will be, of course, commenting on that in chat with Shai and with Craig. But now, our next duo on Thursdays. Boy, we had Nick for a tick, and as I mentioned last week, he's now been tagged as Jack of all trades, because if you're watching Jack, make sure you keep an eye on him, because he's trading a lot of different markets, and it's fun to see. So let's get ready to trade the open with Jack and Nick. Hey, boys.
How you doing?
Deli?
What's up?
I am not 100% on my physical space, because I've been sick this week, so it's been a little bit slower for me. But I'm looking to get out of Chicago and join you down in Florida here soon, Anthony.
Dude, I'm playing golf this weekend, man. You could be, sometimes we need a fourth. You could be there. Could be you.
So you
my
both
game's
are just
not
going to
that
leave
bad.
me? You're going to leave me in the cold for this potential...
You're in Texas.
Have you seen the forecast, the doom prepping, the panic buying that is currently occurring in North Texas, and as well as the rest of the southern United States outside of Florida?
Let me pull up this app. I heard you talking about it the other day. I'm like, but are you in like the Dallas area?
Yeah, and apparently we're gonna all freeze to death here.
Not if you stock up on supplies at Buc-ee's.
I mean, I would love to get all the way to Buc-ee's, but I was at Whole Foods yesterday, and you would think this is COVID once again with the way people were purchasing items. It was insane.
Yeah, see, I only have Austin
targeted.
on my I have Austin on my weather list. It's 54 there today, and it's not bad. Well, sorry to hear that, Nick.
We'll be fine. We'll be fine. I just won't be playing golf this weekend on Saturday. I will be trying to keep the ice from forming on my driveway.
Well, it'll be -17 in Chicago, so I don't want to hear any complaints.
Yeah, but you're leaving.
Yeah, poor Jack.
But I'm leaving Saturday. I have to deal with it on the way out.
Jack hasn't seen the sun since he was back here in Naples.
Exactly. Depression's real.
So, yeah. Let's take a look at the tape here. Let's see what you guys are looking at. Maybe we'll start with you, Jack, because you're trading some markets that are potentially pre-market. I know Nick is going to likely wait for the open, but what's on your radar today?
I got my eye on copper here. We just came down into a equal low, and I'll pull up the daily chart here. But just a retest of this pretty significant swing low from early in the year, and we just literally bounced right off of it and have started sequencing higher, higher highs, higher lows on a 5-minute chart. And so we just broke out of this, shelf, and I'm just looking to buy it and hopefully get a continuation back towards the top of the range. I haven't traded nat gas in forever, but of course, I'm sure you saw it move in. I decided to stick my neck out on it the other day. So I will keep an eye on it. I'm probably going to move down into the micro on it though today, just because we're coming in close to the weekend and we're looking at, I think it's like a 60% move plus in the last 3 days, which is historic. But I like markets that trade historic ranges because they give me historic opportunities. So I'm probably going to take a look at that. As far as where the indexes are right now, unfortunately, the indexes for me are I'm bullish, and we're at the top side of where like my targets would be based on the most recent pullback. So for the Russell, if we can get back down towards the overnight low, even though I'm still anticipating us to move higher, I want to see us back down towards that overnight low, and that level is like a 27.11. Until we can get back or below that, I'm really not interested in the chase up here because I just haven't seen a market in the indexes that's worth buying the gap up at near the top of the ranges here. Now, if we do end up continuing higher off of the gap open, I'll probably be looking for just higher pullbacks in the afternoon session.
I think you're spot on too. I mean, we have not seen the indexes on any sort of rally show any energy, right? They get up there and they just have, whether they're way back down to the lows. Even when we've been on the lows, there's not been a lot of selling. They've been coming back into range. So it's really been a lot of mean reversion. And when I look at it today, I agree with you. I talked about this earlier in my stuff. It's like we're right at the top of where I thought they would probably go coming into today. And now that they're already here, it's not the easiest. And we'll see if they can build on it. They have momentum on their side, so who knows? We'll see. Nick, let's shift over to you. Taking a look inside the indexes today. Is it going to be S&P for you? Is it going to be NASI? What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm looking at kind of both, seeing what I'm more comfortable trading. But I think you said it. It's interesting that the indices. I mean, I think we all survived the bear market of what was Martin Luther King Day 2026. That was a fun little start to the week. But you're right. I didn't see a lot of enthusiasm from sellers wanting to take us lower, especially during RTH. Like it seemed like those lows basically were coming in the pre-market. And I think even yesterday, if you blinked, when Kane and Leo were on in the pre-market and talking yesterday, and then XY and I joined him, like I had talked at least on NQ looking to buy those like 25K, 25,000, like 50 type area. Like I would be at least taking a stab at like my last line of defense down there. And here we are. Even yesterday during RTH, we didn't find much enthusiasm to buy above the yearly open. We were kind of just sitting there, and then we had that large liquidation kind of in the middle of the day that XY and I both just decided to kind of fold our hand, and then of course it retraced the entire move. So I don't know what I want to trade today. I guess we're kind of heading back into balance here, at least on the SPOOs, into an area I think we've been talking about. NQ obviously closed the gap down from Sunday, but for me, I'm just going to be watching. Is there any sort of weakness off the open? Do we make any sort of run a little bit lower back here towards like kind of the 69.21s in ES is a spot I'm going to be watching, which is kind of why maybe I'll potentially look at the SPOOs this morning. But for the most part, Yeah, we're kind of just settling back into basically where we've been trading for the last couple of weeks. So not a whole lot to do outside of potentially play the edges of this balance in ES and NQ. In fact, Jack, I think this was the 700 spot was the same spot on last Thursday that I think you and I were kind of talking about, hoping for, like that. I think it was like 730, 740, something just slightly below 800. We were looking to potentially buy if we got some sort of pullback. And now it's like another decision spot where I could see us, like if you look at the last few weeks here, volume profiles, there's a large node from every week, basically at this exact same spot, right here around 700s that we continue to kind of use as a temporary little pivot or swing for the market. So if sellers were to step in right here, it would not shock me. If not, we're probably going to rotate up at least to kind of 800, 830s, that other spot that we've been kind of ping-ponging around. So probably hands off to see what the open really looks like for me. But yeah, all it took was us potentially concepts of a plan of buying or acquiring or just doing something with Greenland. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the concepts of a plan actually look like.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting when I look at the NASDAQ chart? The opening day of the year's high is 25,803. The low is 25,265. We have spent, think about it now, we're January 22nd. And I know we're not too far into the year, but for traders, it's a long time. We're 3 weeks into the year. We're still in the first days of the year's range. Just think about that. I mean, after all that's happened, and that's where, I mean, that's the perspective I put when I look at the NASDAQ. Can it start to build off of that first day of the year? It's done nothing. At a little bit lower, a little bit higher, probably equal above the high to equal below the low of that range. And here we are. And so, who knows? Maybe I'll get with Jack and we start looking at copper. I heard an order filled. Did you get hit?
I did.
Of course he did.
Yeah. I mean, my limit's like right around this breakout. So we'll see if we can continue from this area. I mean, I'm long from $55.75.40. So I'm looking for maybe up towards like the 580 area off the open, but we shall see.
Yep.
We shall see.
All right. Chat, do me a favor. Show some love for the boys. Hit that like and subscribe button. We're at 176,000. We threw a little bit of a party here and giveaways for 150K. Wait till you see what we do for 200K. And I'm hoping it happens. I'm hoping it happens right on the 1 year anniversary of the launch of NinjaTrader Live, which was on March 17th, St. Patrick's Day. So we're 23,000 and change away from there. I think we can do it, chat. So please, again, show some love for my boys here today. Always fun watching these guys. Oh, somebody goes, Deli shaves his head. That's like 2 million.
No, yeah, no way, no way.
That's not happening. Yeah.
Can we finally get? Boys. Can we get Pax on a roller coaster at 200K? What do you think?
He said 250.
250? Okay.
We'll do it.
All right.
Could you imagine that? Like the GoPro,
we would have
GoPro
to
on with him.
He would need to be mic'd up and GoPro. There's no other way to do it.
That's hilarious.
I mean,
we're moving up. We're clicking at like 3K a week right now. That's what I noticed. It's been 3,000 a week lately, so that's pretty good.
That's because of you guys, man. This whole team here, everybody behind the scenes continues to put forth an amazing effort. People don't know what it takes to run a network. Shout out to my production crew. They are absolutely fantastic. And because of you guys coming in here, keeping it real, trading, showing the highs and the lows of it, and just being real and open about it. Really enjoy all of the conversations that happen between chat and you guys on the stream. It's really something to see. It's unique in the space, and we're going to keep clawing away and breaking more ground as to what this is going to be in the future. So it's super exciting. Great to have you guys here. Chad, appreciate you all. I will see you guys later.
See ya.
Thanks, Ellie.
And thank you to the viewers. The viewers are the most important.
Good morning, chat. How we doing? Good to see everybody.
Technical analysis on the YouTube clicks. Yeah, no, there has not been many pullbacks. It's kind of a one-way chart.
Yeah, it pretty much looks like Gold's chart if you're paying attention.
Yeah.
or silvers, excuse me.
But I did have all sorts of technical issue. Like somehow I had reset all my settings in Ninja today, so I was a little spacey this morning.
Oh, we're kind of in me and I guess me and the boys, me, Leo, Stowe, XY. We're kind of playing around with the new NinjaTrader DOM that we're building. That's going to be kind of a version of the one that we've always used. So it'd have like the poll stack, like all the other cool things to kind of read it a little more effectively in real time. And I was playing with that this morning, and it like kind of it did not want to play nice with my login or charts. So I'm going to keep working on that. So I won't have that up. I know Leo did, but I tried to do it right before I came on the air this morning. So hopefully next week when I'm on, I will have that in screen view for everybody to continue to see as we are testing it, giving feedback, and making it better as we go.
Nice.
So right now I just have an ES chart, my old prep charts here. We'll see what I actually want to trade today.
You ended up streaming on Tuesday. I had to take Tuesday off. I was so hoarse. My voice was so gone that I couldn't even join it. I don't know if you filled in for me. I was on with XY, but then I saw there was a few people on there on Tuesday, but I am finally starting to feel a little normal.
Were you hoarse because you were at the Bears game on Sunday?
Yeah, Bears game, and I was just sick. I got sick, and then of course, I had tickets, so I'm not going to not go.
Mm-hmm.
And proceeded to engage in a very rowdy tailgate, and actually met George Hallis, owner of the Bears.
Oh,
Got a
nice.
pick with them. So, yeah, tough. That last throw was in my end zone, or the tying throw 17-17 was in my end zone. That was really exciting, but man, it would have been a lot better had they won that game. But
yeah, what's funny is I was I was laying in bed Sunday night watching that kind of fourth quarter, and Caleb is a USC guy, and I'm from Southern California, but it was one of those things, like after seeing him play when the Pac-12 was still in existence, I was cursing cursing at him as he was scrambling, running 20 yards straight backwards, about to just like blow the, at least throw it away, give yourself one chance at a real throw, or do something to try to get the first down. Just was like cursing at him on the screen. And then of course he does that. My wife's like, it just gives me so much crap for it. Like the second it happened.
yeah, that was incredible, an incredible throw. But it's always next year, guys. Good morning, Nick and Jack, the ninjas. We are the ninja traders. Yeah, I feel you on the I know you're saying that you're gonna be with these indexes, at least, that love a bull market, but I don't like to feel like the entry to the move, which I really didn't. I mean, unless you're up at 1 a.m., of course, that 1 a.m. pullback would have been great. But when we're opening up in a 250 point gap here in the NASDAQ, and I want to be a buyer, I don't want to be a buyer all the way up here.
Yeah, it was interesting. Like from the second XY and I got off around that midday point yesterday, the market just shot up 2.5%, like from there. So yeah, I don't know how much I want to chase this just now outside of looking for a reaction, because buying, I guess, acquiring Greenland, whatever it truly was that started to lead this drive and then caused our lovely friends across the pond to just straight bid us up in the overnight.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm kind of going to wait and see here a little bit off the open. I think you might have the right idea. Everything else kind of seems to be consolidating between, crude, obviously now with the SPOOs and Q, as well as oil. Like everything's just, at least the four that I actively watch and potentially take trades with are kind of just at spots that I'm not really that interested in interacting with just yet.
Let's see, crude. I have not been trading too much crude. I haven't traded crude at all this week, but yeah, normally I'm watching it.
Inside week so far.
Yeah, it's just not doing anything interesting for me. Nat gas though, oh my goodness. Did you at least look at the chart? I know you would never trade it, but
no,
it's like it's the new silver. It's the new silver, dude. It's up. Oh my gosh, I think it's up. I have it up 68% in 5 days.
Yep.
But I tell you what, if it pulls back to 480, I'm buying it.
It's funny. My only exposure to natural gas is a few producers that I just know, or people that I know, because I've got friends that have worked in funds and things here in Texas, and a lot of them specialize in energy. And there's a few names over the years that they've told me just to pay attention to. So that's my exposure to natural gas. I don't know if I'd ever want to trade
My
NG.
exposure to natural gas is my heating bill,
Yeah.
which apparently you're
Yeah,
gonna
my natural gas is like just long term, not even long term holds. They're dividend type companies that just they're going to do just fine, but they don't expect much growth out of them.
yeah.
You know, a couple percent a year at the most.
The producers, and the pipe deliverers.
Yeah, that's all dividend plays kind of things.
Well, that's the way to play the long game. You got to have your safe stuff, long game. You know, if I day trade, I don't really need to be messing with penny stocks or
Exactly.
or farm companies with potential drugs. Although I did buy one the other week.
You bought a new car?
No, a pharma company. That's
pharma. I think you said a car. I don't know what I thought you said. I don't know. My brain's not.
It's the voice. It's still. Like I wasn't talking to my friends. Like people would call me. I'm like, I'm not picking up the phone. I don't want to use my voice. I didn't talk to anybody for 2 days. I just didn't want to use it. Oh boy, got a sneeze coming on. Let's see here. I might trade some Hawaiian. It's also interesting, like the strength in the Russell here compared to the NASDAQ and the ES. Russell all the way at highs of the year. Seem to be holding a lot better, those long setups. That's kind of why I'm favoring the Russell as opposed to the indexes, but it's really going to depend on, we could rotate down and really get divergence on these markets today. I think that'll provide the opportunity. I don't know, me, I'll trade different markets, so it kind of just depends on whichever one gets what I want to see. Yeah, I have. So do you use global crosshairs on Ninja? It's not something I'm used to.
Yes, I think. I mean,
Let's see here.
Nick, what likely market interest today? I think I said this earlier. Like, if you look at the last couple of weeks of structure here, this is a spot, at least in NQ and ES. Like, I could see some sellers potentially stepping in to try to defend this. If not, we're probably going to rotate much higher off this, at least to kind of the 830s to 800s. And then above that, we're heading to 26K, back to the top of this balance that we've been trading in since, like, I mean, even before the first year, basically Thanksgiving. If we were to really look at the SPOOs, and look at NQ, like it goes all the way back here since Thanksgiving. NQ has not moved. It's basically been trading at 1,000-point range since Thanksgiving. So yay.
That's a big range. That's a big range. Let's see here. I'm going to pull up my NQ chart.
So it's just one of those things you can, I feel like I've said this for the last few weeks, basically since Thanksgiving, that we've kind of been trading in a larger balance with a couple outlier weeks here and there. But man, there has not been as much enthusiasm to take NQ to its all-time high as we've had ES at least making some new all-time highs in there. But I said last week too, it eerily had reminded me of last January, the same exact kind of structure in ES and NQ. Just kind of meandering, making a new all-time high, poking up there, a little bit of weakness. And then it took into basically February OPEX. If everyone remembers that, like, Valentine's Day massacre day that we kind of had to take us finally lower and to break us out of that range. So who knows? I said this the other day, or I guess Tuesday afternoon. I was cautiously bearish, and I think that has been snubbed at this point after when the president says, like, the the market could easily double in a quote unquote short amount of time, it's hard to want to be too bearish because God only knows what's about to happen.
Is that what he said?
He did say that in a presser. He was referencing the Dow. He's like I think he was talking about the Dow being at 50,000, and he basically said it could easily double in a short amount of time.
I mean,
And he's made a lot of claims with things with 401ks, like he wants that. He's like, that's the narrative kind of right now. So without a catalyst at this point, and we just shook off whatever the weakness was coming out of January OPEX there. I mean, how bearish can you really be after this type of move in the last 24 hours, just 2.5% straight up?
well, the higher inflation runs, the easier it is for the market to go up. That's always my theory.
$2,000 checks per people. That's going to help inflation. I did just see from my gas company here in DFW that they're requesting county approval to increase caps on prices by 10%. So yeah, no inflation to be seen anywhere.
Yeah, I forgot. I think Venezuela's probably got the best performing stock market of this year, but that's also because they got it was up like 70 some percent in like 5 days after the Maduro thing. But you know, they also have extremely high inflation. So that's always one thing to factor in. What is the cost of living? We don't even know anymore. I'm like groceries. I'm like, should eggs be $12? I'm not sure anymore. I don't really know.
I don't know. And I guess when you're like me and you have a kid, a 1-year-old, or I guess now a 14-month-old, and I'm trying not to give her garbage, and so she eats like bougie and healthy the way I do. Suddenly, yeah, I don't even know what things are supposed to cost anymore because I'm buying whatever the best quality that I can find of certain things.
Totally. Bananas are still really cheap though. Man,
Yeah.
I'm always surprised to see those prices. I'm like, you're telling me this is 69 cents a pound? What am I eating? Is it really good for me?
I mean, this girl's getting like grass-fed filet. Like that's what she's being given for dinner. So I've set myself up for failure here to begin with.
It's a question here. I see you're using institutional candlesticks. Honestly, I don't even know what that is.
What is an institutional candlestick?
Yeah, I'm glad you don't know what it is either. I'm like, I'm not going to pretend like I know what that is. Is that just like a normal candlestick? Institutional candlesticks, like the old school bar candles.
I mean, these are
It could
volume
just be
candles.
another name for something I'm using. I'm just unaware of it. Yeah, we were up. The April lows, I mean, without that April low, we need pullbacks. Pullbacks are great for people like us who I think like monitor the market. But if you don't if you don't monitor the market, like you're just fearful at those times. I know the market's a good buy on a long-term basis. When I get my friends texting me, I'm like, oh man, time to load up. Man, bananas have doubled. I thought I was getting a good deal at 69 cents a pound. Now you're telling me I'm paying double. You know what's doubled? McDonald's. McDonald's is doubled.
Fast food got super expensive.
Yeah, I can't afford it anymore.
Well, it's like remember the value menu at these places? Like, remember how much food you could get at Taco Bell, like in college?
Unbelievable.
For like
Five-layer beefy
$15?
burrito. Dude,
Like
five-layer beefy burrito was, I think, 89 cents. It's like $5.49 now. That's insane.
Yep.
500% more expensive.
Well, that's why like sometimes I feel like, I don't know, to me, In-N-Out seems still reasonably priced because I guess when I'm getting like 2 4x4s, like fries or whatever, get them like protein style, and it's like, all right, for like $30, I feel like I just got like 12 patties and like 2 orders of fries, and it was reasonably inexpensive. And you go to other places and it's like I just spent $60 and I got basically 2 cheeseburgers and fries.
Yeah, I wonder if like most of that's just like downstream wage inflation.
Could be.
You know, and that if with like automation of some potential you know, I guess like jobs, if that would ever like suppress at least the wage expansion, because there does need to be some type of snapback, I think, on that lower end. I mean, even if you listen to the earnings calls, these companies, they talk about it, you know, how their prices, as much as they've had to raise them, have impacted consumer demand.
Yeah. Or even like some of the big box brands, I feel like at grocery stores now, like I weirdly feel like the store brand at Whole Foods or Sprouts, like these healthier places in the past that usually were more expensive, like comparing that to Kroger or some of the other major box retailers, it's like I feel like I spend less money when I go to like a Whole Foods these days.
Yeah. I
It's
mean,
crazy.
I think that like when I grocery shop, it's like
Oh,
if I eat like a sophisticated
we're
meal to
open.
cook. There we go. News at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, we got uh core PCE month over month. I didn't realize that was even today.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing to wait for.
Personal income. Yeah, that's really it. Oh, I'm on gold. I was like, why are we not moving? I'm gonna look at the SPOOs for the time being, but I may jump to the old NASDAQ because we are reoffering right here at that spot so far.
You know, like I said, I want to be a buyer, but not up here.
Ah,
Gotta,
Tracy,
gotta,
that makes sense. I was wondering why it was a weird. It didn't. The timing made no sense, as well as even the release being after the bell here. Okay, so it is October and November's PCE data. So may not be any sort of mover as it's lagging, very lagged data. Nick, are you using market depth map on your chart? I don't know what that means.
market depth.
Maybe. I don't know what that is.
Market depth. That's like a multi. Market depth, I think, is referring to the dome, how deep the orders are.
I can't really hear you. Did you move the mic?
Can't hear me because my voice. I'm muted. I don't know how I got muted. That's why you couldn't hear me. But market depth, I think it's like like when you're looking at a dome, sometimes there's just like the top of the book, and then the market depth is like, I don't know, 12 back or maybe
Oh,
depending on the product.
oh, so yeah, I can see like full market depth on my DOM. So I guess you're talking about level 2 and things. Yes. And as I said, I screwed up the import or something of the beta of the new whatever we're gonna call the new DOM that Leo, myself, XY are playing around with. Basically, it's our DOM, but a NinjaTrader version. So you'd be able to see that. I think XY might be on. No, Leo will be on after, and I'm sure he has the DOM. So you'll see it if you've already missed yesterday. You saw a preview of it, and we're going to keep iterating on it and making it better and function. But yes, you'll see the depth, the pull stack, and kind of all the other things that I look at on my DOM here. But Leo will have the beta version when he and Salma come on later.
Jim coming in with the definition. Market depth on the dome, parentheses, trade ladder, shows bids and offers around the last traded price.
Yeah. What did he say? Market depth map on your chart. I was like, I don't know what that is. So hopefully that clears it up.
All right. I'm not. Let's see here. Big move up in the NAS or the YM. Gold bidding off the open here too. Oh, that was a nice entry this morning, actually. Darn. Dahome. Dahome is the German version of dome.
Yes, Job. It's like the old VWAP, VWAP argument.
Nat gas is casually up another 11% here. right. I want to see the NASDAQ down at 25,000, like 500 realistically.
Yeah, let's see if we get any sort of reaction, kind of in those morning highs from yesterday, up here in the 640 area ish,
Morning high.
650s, 640s.
The
Pulled up the NASI for that reason, but then everyone remembers this area. Oops.
Dow's really,
This
like
area.
I said, I thought we were going to get some divergence off the open. Dow just straight up off the open. I mean,
Well, it's got to double quickly.
oh, that's right. I forgot. Well,
The
then why
president
aren't we
said it's
trading
going
the
to
Dow?
double. I know. I should just be long, wide. There's no other trade. Anyone tells me that they are short the Dow, I'm telling you, you hate America and you're not listening to what the president said. And last time he said something like that, we had a 12% up day.
Yeah. Yeah, well, that was after the market cracked 50. I don't know if we were actually down 50, but
I mean, it was obviously pre Jack on NT Live, but I was on that day.
Oh,
and
really?
It was, yeah, we were live, and I was just, it's like hard to even sit there and watch that and even have like thoughts that you can put out there in the universe outside of, oh my goodness,
So what are you
happening?
going to do with this 600.5 minute NQ candle?
Yeah.
Well, I ain't going to short it, but yeah,
But it's like I also can't long this when we're up 10%. And I look like an idiot because, of course, we just rip another 2%.
Yeah, that's stunner price action. There's some, rarely are there cases. I mean, I've been in this game for a while, but I mean, even still, there's days where I'm just like, all right, like I've never seen anything like this before. You know, and if that's the case, then you don't trade it.
Mm-hmm. A little bit of divergence here. ES is barely moving and Q kind of rotating a little bit lower.
Yeah, I really like the lead. Not that I have an entry right now, but I do like the lead of the YM out of. We'll just have to see how high it goes.
Potentially may look for a reaction up here like the 670s to maybe short this. I don't know.
The Russell, though. I think we're at an all-time high in the Russell, if I'm not mistaken. I got to pull out up a higher time frame. Yeah. Believe we are.
Hmm. ES looks like it wants to. Oh, yeah. New high of the day.
What's that? The market has our concentration right now, folks. looking for opportunities here.
Oops. I wanted to see if we'd come back to 700. Give me something to short, but
My level of the interest current prices in the NQ is so far below where we're trading that 25,000, 560 area right now is 560, 570 is where I want it to be. But if we go higher, I can change that. Holding that end of day high in the NQ pretty well. That 3 o'clock high. That's what we've defended thus far.
it's okay. Just comes up there, but not quite where I want to take the stab. I mean, ES still looks constructive though. Yeah, it's just not giving me that up towards the sevens that I might take the short.
I want to see ES back at 69.27s, and that's a bit of ways from where we are. So just setting some alerts. And I just don't, I won't short it into it.
Yeah, it's still sitting at the R high. Have a limit order at 698 for a short. Yeah, it just keeps kind of coming up there. Don't you go without me. That wouldn't be fun.
Haha.
ES was kind of keeping me out of wanting to take I guess a little bit lower of an entry short just because it was sitting on highs of the day, and NQ kind of sitting in that 680s was like not exactly where I wanted to enter.
No, for sure. I just had an ES.
I just feel like it could have easily wicked to 700. And so it's like my stop placement is, I don't really want to be more than 15 points.
Yeah, 69, 63 is a level it seems to be reacting to. But like I said, I think we can get all the way down to 69, 27, 26. There you go.
Dang it. Well, I hope someone caught that. It really didn't give you a great, you had to be sniping trying to get in below 700. But that was a nice little flush. Does trading futures really need pay for live market data? Yes, that is still a thing. Even in a practice account, demo account, you need to pay for the data. But I mean, it's pretty cheap. It's like $7 a month for level 1. Yeah, John, it was just, yeah, sitting up there at the highs kind of was the reason. You don't need to pay for the data with Apex. I mean, yeah, but you're still paying them a monthly fee that's more than level 1 data.
The money's going somewhere. That's why, like, I mean, if you ever open up like a demo account back before prop firms existed, you'd open up a demo account with a futures broker and they'd give you like 2 weeks because the CME requires them to pay after that. They don't want people freeloading data, but the prop game has changed a lot of things. But yeah, the CME wants their cut.
Richie, I don't know if you'll need level 2. I'm gonna assume yes for the new DOM, but I don't exactly know how we're pulling the data. I would assume so. I think I would guess to get full depth of market and see it, you might need it, but I don't truly know how it's being built. As far as that, but I would assume you need level 2. I mean, I've just always had level 2, but that's because I guess I learned how to trade futures with a full depth of market. Also, just I like seeing the book depth. I like seeing the larger orders that can step in there. It helps me just visualize things that are happening, I guess. I don't know. It's just the way I trade.
Come on.
Man, really did miss that short.
If you see it and you're not in it, it's over. Running it down. Limit down today. Chat was too bold up. I wasn't bold up. I was only bold up at lower prices.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this spot, 700s being a place where I could see sellers stepping in, but yeah,
I just like,
hesitant.
even if I think it's going down, I don't want to short it because I think it's eventually going back up. So I just wait for the long.
Yep.
You know, that's just how I feel in this situation. I just think the long is a bet. I mean, in that, if you were going to force me to take a trade to be short, but if you're going to tell me I can be patient and wait for something perfect, I'm going to wait for us to sell off and then I'm going to be a buyer. We're pretty far. Also, we're pretty far above the mid of the prior day, like really far. And anytime we're that much higher above the mid, sometimes I ask myself, like, really, what are the chances we're probably going to get back to the mid? They're pretty, or at least close to it. Let me see what the mid is in the NQ.
Let's see if we get a reaction here at like 33.
The middle of yesterday in the NASDAQ is 25,340s roughly. So we were 400 points above the middle of the prior day's range. And sometimes you got to ask yourself, are you going to go up from that? So that's pretty hard to do. And especially in like a market that I don't really consider to be like full steam ahead. I might drop my copper stop a little bit here just because we're 72.6.
Oh, come on. I didn't even get a chance. I'm going to try along here and yes if I get filled. Oh, wrong bracket.
Feel like it. Yes, here my copper is slipping away.
I'm going to try along. I mean, I'm long yes.
Let's go. Let's go.
Oh, I forgot about that. Let me fix this.
Man, if we could get, I'm not even going to wish it because it's going to move it. That would put it against you, but I still want to see a little lower.
There we go. I haven't used this chart, this chart book in a hot minute with the yes. So I didn't have my orders updated, but I like this long.
Get it?
Just feeling it out, but this is where it should. This is where yes, it should at least provide some aspect of a reflexive bounce at those 33s, 34s. Yes, or NQ kind of bouncing. So let's see if we can rotate back into the range.
I agree. Got a level there for sure. Let's go, Nick.
Let's see if we. I'm kind of looking for a reaction.
Are we calling you bottom tick, Nick?
Well, if you guys think this was anything more than me just having a zone marked, that it also happens to equate to the big round number of 6,900 on SPOOs, then you'd be right. Because sometimes it can be that simple.
Bottom tick, Nick.
No, but this area too, just going back weeks, you guys see a little bit of the method to my madness. Sometimes I'll look for just clusters, even of high volume nodes equating with like 4-hour wicks, things like that. But this is also just a big option strike here on that 6,900. So another reason we would lean, but I do like that area on NQ as well where we bounced. So kind of, if you see how I take trades sometimes, that's a common theme. Like you're looking for correlation of a few different things.
Yeah.
I would love to see us push back above 45s.
That 6,900 SPX level is right where we stop, which is in a delta or a gamma level, I should say. 6,900. It's equivalent to exactly where we stopped in the ES so far. And I just got long some with CL. So we had
so far we were previous day high.
Gonna look for a new swing high. We had this big old expansionary bar in CL that basically failed to have any continuation, which makes me think we're going back to highs. So broke down in CL, and I've been watching this since 9:30. That opening candle in CL was a 56 tick range, and then we basically go inside candle, and then I always pay attention, and you'll hear me say it over and over again, 25 minutes. And then I'm like, if we're not going to continue lower, we're probably going to move back up higher. So I'm expecting a rotation up to the mid of the prior day, which is a 60.05, and then potentially through that 60.44 would be like top side of where I'd think it go. But just picked up a little CL here. See if we can get that moving back up
Tim,
through that morning high.
Tim, I don't use the New York Midnight Open. I know some people will use that as another thing that they look for. I've never utilized that, but if that happened to also line up with this, maybe there's something to it. I don't know. But everyone remembers I finished red yesterday. So for me, getting a good green, good green trade to start today is always a nice thing.
You got that good green.
Well, I let a $3,000 green day turn into a negative $2,000 day. So sometimes you're just like,
That's tough.
Well, I hit my first trade like right off the open, and then you're looking for more.
Of course. That's the human nature in us.
Don't love that move though. Come on, at least why can't we push back up a little higher? Don't you do that, ES? Oh yeah, I guess we do have news. In 5. Yeah, I only got one on. I kind of wish I was in 3 because I would have taken at least one off up there. At least paid for the trade.
Who has not gone positive to negative? Everybody, I think. I know.
If we weren't about to get PC, I may have added right there. But if it's going to stop me out, I'll wait till after news. Dang. Gonna get me, isn't it? Survive, little buddy. Nope. Oh. Within a tick. That's stop placement right there.
Strategy, execution, professionalism.
Yes, it is going to, in fact, tap my stop, and then the data is going to release, and we're going to just moon. No, I think it's going to get me. It looks like we're going to move lower before anything else.
69.15 is where I want to see the ES. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. The ritual is almost complete. That's freaking hilarious.
Come on, survive.
I hope you get it. Get it. It's just if you can just survive through the reflective potential news reaction.
I mean, which
I might be
easily
getting cracked out on this copper too. I mean, this thing is not picking up.
I easily could be tagged out of this just on the lack of liquidity on the books here in the next 30 seconds. And then we could immediately just push back up or down. I don't know. But yeah, the odds of me getting stopped out right as we release this is, I would say, getting higher and higher by the second as we are just sitting around my entry. It's going to stop me. There it goes. All right.
I'm right there with you. We both got stopped out in different markets at the same time.
But yeah, I could see it popping. It's one of those where it's like, I don't really want to take this as news is being given, but I still do like the trade.
Where's my wine?
I mean, it did give me 10 points on that trade. I'm going to try it again. I mean, if it gets you, we're probably going to head down to the week open.
The week open.
Oh, and yes, back down towards 18s.
Yeah, 6,900 area.
Yeah, 69 18s would be Sunday's open in a quarter.
Oh, Sunday's open. Okay, I was thinking of Monday morning open. I guess Sunday's open would make. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm looking at for different reasons. But there's all the other situation is there's just a huge range today. And
Yeah.
like we actually don't get that continuation. That would be the more bearish scenario, like where none of these pullbacks are bid and we can't make higher lows. That's what's concerning to me. Like, I'd love to see the NASDAQ at like sub 25,400. I don't know. I just don't have like a great read on the indexes here today. I have a couple levels that I think like are worthy of a bid, but if I were to just use a simple rule that where like if it trades, the opportunity happens, great. And that's just like if we get back to the midpoint of the prior day, look for longs. But that's all the way down at 68.80.
Well, two small scratches down $300.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh,
So
I mean, it's a
no
trade.
big
It's
deal.
just yeah, for sure. No big deal.
I'm still mad we didn't give me a chance to short NQ at 700s. Which is like one of those things where sometimes it's like your first instinct, if you don't get that trade or you get stopped out on your first trade and then it happens to go, it's then suddenly you may fight the tape against your initial read. Nick, what is the indicator that plots the daily, weekly, monthly lines on your chart? Thank you. So there is auto-plotted market-generated information levels provided to me from Order Flow Labs. In fact, the freemium edition will give you access to the auto-plotted weekly MGI. So if you're interested, go to orderflowlabs.com and you can get the plugin indicator for the weekly MGI as well as a few other free tools that they've built. That you can add to your NinjaTrader or some of the other charting platforms out there too, if you're not using NT. So check it out.
I'm gonna try it one more time in copper. I think I just got slipped there. Russell still hanging up strong really makes me interested in that market. But 2711 area is what I want to see. That's probably going to be what I'm looking for later today, 2711 in the RTY. Really just staying up on eyes. And why I'm not as strong, but want to see those overnight lows realistically. That's what I want to see in the one.
Nick, check your ES weekly open level if you're trading off it today. I mean, I have it at 18s. Where do you have it?
It's got it the crayon line.
Is my data incorrect? Someone tell me. That's prior week. Then where's this week's weekly open? Why is my data off?
Let me look at this.
Job says I'm good, and he broke these indicators. So
I don't know, man.
Go with
I
Job.
think you got the wrong number. Whoever's in the chat. No, I got it at 69.18 too.
Yeah, I'm gonna listen to Job. Since a lot of these were, Job's madness in his brain to build some of these things, I'm gonna lean on that he said it is 18, as well as other people in the chat. Yeah, cool down. That's what I have.
You got that pencil there? You taking notes, Nick?
No, I'm just fidgety.
You got a fidget spinner?
Funny. People always, like, when we first started streaming, this was like I had a pen like always in my hand, and then Leo finally asked me one day, like, "What are you writing? Like, what are you writing down? Are you like, keeping track of like entries or things? Are you journaling as you're doing this?" I'm like, "No, I'm just, I guess, so ADD that I need something to occupy part of my mind, and it's me spinning a pencil like a drumstick."
Hey, whatever works.
It's my fidget spinner.
Whatever works. I used to trade at an actual prop desk, an equity prop desk, and there was this guy. He would play with poker chips on my desk, and I don't know how to play with poker chips, but like stacking
it's the same
them.
concept.
Yeah,
like you see guys at poker tables, and they're doing the same thing. They're just constantly like stacking, shuffling chips. Like, it looks really cool the way they do it. It's the same kind of concept. It helps me focus. In fact, when I used to work in an office, like, I'd be headphones on and like pacing as I'm having client calls and things. It helps my mind move forward, if that makes any sense. I have to be moving and doing something.
Good question. Was this in Texas? Actually, no, but he lives in Texas now. That gentleman does that I traded with. This is in Chicago. I'm surprised the MES would be that far off the ES.
They're still holding this, but I don't know if I'd want a long 540 in NQ. Maybe I would. It's like, how much do I trust this overnight volume at this point that we're not going to go push back down to 480s from here? 478 back to the year open to make a decision,
Yeah. Trade was clearly the short off the open, but
Mm-hmm.
hindsight's 2020. But I am sticking to my patience. What was it? The last time we were on, I had this like limit. I was just like sitting,
Yeah.
and finally I gave in, and then it just traded and screwed myself.
Yeah. I mean, this is better than we had last Thursday. Was pretty atrocious price action for you and I to sit through for
Yeah.
2 hours, but this is at least better. Yeah, they're just still sitting on the offer. Whoa, what just happened?
Ooh, Bitcoin, man. I was so tempted to short that this morning. Did not. MBT. It's just seeing Jim's edge alert. That Bitcoin failed breakout is not looking good for the hodlers. The breakout in Bitcoin to 94K and then a move back lower, not looking good. Broke out at 94K, traded up to 98s, and we're back down at 89. And we are at the bottom of a bear flag. Definitely keep an eye on that thing. I believe we're almost, oh no, lows of the year were yesterday. But if we start cracking 86s in Bitcoin, woo, that thing's lagging down. It's probably lagging down to 72s.
It's gonna go now, isn't it? Yep. Oh, okay.
A whole lot of money. Just scanning through my different markets here.
Like I'm waiting for the bid to show me something, but I just scratched myself out of that last long for a few point loss. It's probably gonna go now that I did that though. Yep. There's some buyers. Oh, dang. Well, that's what I get.
Did you think you deserve that, Nick? You said that's what I get. I don't think that's what you get.
Nick, what is my leg to leg set at? It's a good question. I don't remember what it is currently set at, if I'm being honest. It's somewhere I think it's like 60 to 70. It's not 65 because I just moved it off 65.
What is a leg to leg? I don't actually know.
So you know how sometimes like I know Pax talks like this, but NASDAQ and NQ will trade in rotation sometimes.
Yeah.
So the leg to leg means like leg to leg rotation. So it could be set to like 70 points, where if the NQ is in process or currently is rotating in one direction, let's call it 70 points, then it will auto draw the delta profile and that current leg's volume profile. So from that current leg swing high up here at like 630s down here to the 540s, it's building like a current swing rotation, if that makes any sense.
So you're setting you set whatever you want the number to, and it builds a volume profile in that. Is that what the volume profile is for you on the right?
Yes, it's that current swing leg, and it can rotate and build one that's longer than whatever I have it set to, but it's like that current rotation that it's on. So that current rotation could be 200 points, you know.
Yeah.
It just kind of depends.
Interesting.
So it looks like we're actually gonna get that push up, even though I scratched out at that 555 long.
Thanks for sharing. I am just leaking over here.
Actually, I do have it set to 65. So it is currently set at 65. Oopsies.
Come on now. Get on up. Get up. Why am I not short the bearish ATR expansion bar? What market are you referring to? CL? Yeah, so I mean that looks like that should have been the trade I took, but basically the way I viewed it is that was a failure to continue. And that was just an opening bar, and then I waited for a 25-minute rotation, and when we started crawling back in the bar, I could have waited for confirmation for a break above it. I, jumped, seems like I've jumped the gun there, but usually one thing I will look for is if we have an ATR expansion bar with no continuation, meaning within a time cycle we get no follow through on selling, I look for that to basically be a tradable low. And that was my assumption when I entered this trade. And of course, now we're back at lows. So that's not happening. And it seems like we held the middle of that bar, but that was my thesis on that entry. But yeah, we are not getting. And then also yesterday, oil was actually had a bullish rotation yesterday. So I was trading from the idea that because, yesterday had a bullish rotation, that was a failure to continue down through the prior day's low. And then bids started creeping up. I thought there would possibly be a continuation back up through that. And, just risk on the trades like $300, nothing crazy. We'll see. Maybe we hold this low. If not, then oil, I would not be trading it from the long side until we build some structure. Yeah, so I call that a failure for a continuation failure. It's one of the theories. So there's two things. One, you get ATR expansion, you should continue in that direction. But if we don't, it's usually a capitulation. And then also the timing of that, because it was the open, it just a lot of times orders can just get slammed right at the open, and then there's just no more there. And who knows? Maybe it still ends up working. I'm unsure. But when I said that was a tradable low, felt like I could put my stop below that low and aim for a breakout of the range. Who wins? I don't know. I think these markets, I do not think this is the low of the day. That's what I think. I am interested in the Russell at later points, but I do not know if we will get it. I'm interested in the Russell either at 27.18s or 27.12s, but I do not know. if we get the for show. You know, I'm gonna go with the Cubs over the White Sox. My grandmother, who lived till I think 95, watched every single game and never saw him win a World Series. So in her memory, I root for the Cubs, even though my dad's a Sox fan. My dad's a Sox fan, my mom's a Cubs fan. We're a split family. But in my grandmother's memory, in my childhood memory of her watching her in her rocking chair, watching the Cubs on WGN and never seeing them win. So I root for the Cubs. That's a long time to root for a team and never see them win. I feel like that right now with the Bears. Go Cubs. We got a Cubs fan. Can I get some likes in the chat? Can we pump it up? I feel like this has been a quiet. Me and Nick are usually a little louder, but I'm sick and like I'm totally under the weather right now. Hope I'm gonna be back in action. I want to be in Miami. My next stream will be from Miami.
If we want to talk about baseball fans who are seeing pain, we could talk about the longest playoff drought. Angels, my team.
Really?
Oh yeah, I've
didn't
wasted
know
the
that.
career of Mike Trout. Had two of the best baseball players. Will go down as two of the best baseball players at all time on the roster for 4 years at the exact same time, and did not make the playoffs with Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout playing together.
That's awesome.
So if I ever make billions of dollars, you'll see me buy the Angels. This is true.
I hope I see this one day. I hope I see this one day. So fun fact about the Bears. My dad has had Bears tickets since 85, which is, of course, the last time they won the Super Bowl. And this year was the 40th anniversary, and there is 5 people that apparently have kept their tickets from 85 season tickets, and my dad being one of them. And so he got invited down on the first game of the year, him and the other gentleman who had their tickets that long, to share the experience of bringing the 85 Bears back on the 40th anniversary onto the field.
That's cool.
That 5, I mean, just to think like 5, there's only 5 people that have kept their tickets that long. It's pretty funny. So it's like, I'm sure there's people that have had them longer, but it was that he got them in 85. So it was like exactly 40 years, I guess. Am I ever in a bad mood? Yeah. Just, I mean, come on. We all get down, but I don't know. Just try to. This is like the most socialization I get when it comes to trading. I'm a socially happy person, but I'm also quite a recluse. So I know it sounds so weird to like talk with people in a chat box over the internet and be like, we're being social, but that's reality. You know, when you're trading, as I'm sure many of you guys are at your home or maybe driving and listening to me and Nick, like we're talk show radio hosts. It's fun. It's fun talking with you guys. That's cool. Yeah, well, also, I literally have just been so sick that like and it's so cold. I haven't left my like house to like do anything like besides go to the grocery store.
Ooh, a nice little offer that just came in there. Nick, Ducks or Kings? Well, if you really need to ask that, go Ducks.
Yeah, nice offer there is right. Just creep back up into that spot.
Clearly, sellers
Chubby.
took offense to us pushing back up there to the 40s, 69 40s.
I do think WGN is still a thing, but I'm sure with all of the bidding on the baseball rights and how expensive they've got, that they probably don't have maybe they do. I don't know. They don't have the rights that they used to.
At this point, please, for the love of God, NQ, make a new low.
Oh man, I think we will. I think we will. We got to get some. It's not my birthday, but I'll take it. My
Do not
birthday's in
leave that
October.
low. Come on.
20. I like 25,518s in the NQs. Or if we really want to crash out below 25,400.
Oh my God, it really wants to leave the low like that.
Yo, that's some wiki stuff on the last 25 minutes here. They're big bars though. I mean, like, we're kind of going nowhere in 62 points on the last 5-minute candle in the NQ with like no resolve.
Oh my God, it did leave that low.
We got a consolidation here. 25 minutes consolidation. I think it'd be hard pressed. We'll see what happens when we get it back up to that prior day high here.
Mhm.
Man, if we can build some structure back up through the prior day high, I'll look for like pullbacks to buy from this low. But I want us to find a like definitive low here. And then we got looks like oil so far. Oil's saving me by that tick. And that's why, back to that theory I had of that ATR expansion bar. If we don't get a continuation, I think it's a tradable low. My entry definitely could have been better. But I was anticipating kind of a breakout through. Why do I look at 25-minute increments? It's just something that I feel like it works. If you look at markets, just look at sell-offs or rallies. I point out all the time, when like here in the NASDAQ, let's see, we made that new low at like 10 o'clock. And then here's the 1025 bar. So I look at like 5-minute bars. We just rarely are going to consolidate. We've been consolidating sideways for 25 minutes. We're not going to consolidate much longer than that. We're going to move. And when we rally, if you see like yesterday when I was on with Salma and Tanja, there was that, we're not invading Greenland news that hit at 225. And then we literally just rallied for 25 minutes. And then we stopped. I don't know why it works, but if you look for it, you'll see it working. Sometimes I do look at 5-day bars, but not more for stocks. Like if I have like a support level that's consolidating on for 5 days or because, okay, let's picture like stocks in a breakout scenario, but we've been going sideways. And like, if you're like day two, if you're buying day two, like you kind of need that wind up. Picture is like, what, like, I don't know if it's a jack in the box or like one of those screw things where you're just like screwing it and screwing it and screwing it and screwing it, and then it pops. You just need a certain amount of tension to really get a continuation. And just picture that, that tension building takes time. And then more traders are in on both sides of the market. And, you need traders to be wrong for others to be right. Tanya. Yeah, my bad. Not Tanja. Tanya. I'm out of it. Leave me alone. I'm drinking, what is this? Celery juice. I'm trying to heal myself.
And now sellers trying again. This is just kind
Edge
of
alert.
obnoxious down here.
All right, Jim, you're gonna force me to trade nat gas here.
Yeah, I feel like
Jim
Jim
is
is
Jim
like-
is reminding me that nat gas is up 12%, and I'm not trading it,
Yeah,
even though I said I was going
like
to. Instead, I picked boring markets.
trying to make me trade natural gas right now.
I will trade it though. That's what he knows me. He's like putting steak in front of a dog. He's like, why aren't you trading natural gas, Jack? It's moving. I'm like, I'm asking myself the same. Why am I not trading it? Honestly, I wasn't at my desk early enough to get the entry I wanted. I was a little late with this morning. Had I been at my desk at like 7 a.m. Central, I would have been fine, but I have not been. He's pressuring me. This is what you call social coercion. Natural gas stockpiles fell 120 BCF. Is that billion cubic feet? I just trade these things. I don't actually know the details. That just sounds like so much gas. I do trade the YM. There's really not a market that I won't trade unless it's like, I mean, I'll like, I got to get comfortable with it, but I'm not like afraid to switch a market just because it's a different symbol. I'll tell you what, if the YM gets down to 49,270s or 49,390s, I'll trade it. I just have a list of things, and all I do is just look for bigger levels and set a bunch of alerts. And when they come into them, then I move to those markets. And unless like sometimes some markets, like when the indexes are trending clearly higher, and when the Nasdaq goes in its super bull markets, like out it was at the April low, it's a great market. You only need to concentrate on that. But when we start going in these back and forth weekly charts, like, of course you can still trade it, but I'd rather look for markets that are the easiest markets for me personally to trade are markets that are just continuously making new highs.
And that's like the one that I can't trade.
Really?
Yeah, I struggle with new highs. Like I guess I trade better when there's a structure to lean on, like previous structure to lean on, excuse me.
Well, yeah, I mean, I like unnecessarily like I hate if a market's just at highs like this morning. Like I'm not gonna buy it. But if we're generally trending and there's enough movement to get a pullback,
Sure.
I just want to know that that market is on a path to make a new high. Do I want to buy that high? Absolutely not. Like I'm not a breakout trader.
Yeah.
I'm a pullback ideally. I mean, that same strategy works to the downside too. You just don't have the continuous downside moves that you have to the upside. Like you don't have that many great bear moves as compared to having great bull moves.
Yeah, I need just like true price discovery is where I tend to just be hands off these days. Just let it figure itself out. Pull back to like you said, areas of support that would make sense to get long. Or I can trade continuation a little bit to the downside if we start breaking some support levels.
For sure. Like the best trade in the index this year today, I think will eventually be if we get a like that pullback. This very well could be it. And then it's a new high because you're able to get that multiple R winner. I don't think there's a short here where you're looking to take out the prior day's low. Like that's just not on the books. What is on the books is a long here to take out the prior day's high. It's just a matter of, if if your analysis lines up with that. Some days it's going to, some days it's not. And some days it takes more than one shot. You got to take a long, and then maybe, manage that risk and then take another one. Thoughts on supply and demand zones? I've had great success with it, but I wanted to see what you thought. Like, I just think that's a broad term, supply and demand zone. What is a supply and demand zone? Is that like a previous high? Is it a point of control? Is it the value area? Like supply and demand zone is such a broad paint stroke. Of course it's going to work, but like, how are you defining what a supply and demand zone is? Because there's, 12 different ways from Sunday to do it. But yeah, I think they work. but how I get a supply zone is different than somebody else getting a supply zone. But I think just doing supply and demand zones is just really doing analysis ahead of time.
Nick, I like your chart setup. What is the time frame of red and blue volume profile and the gray on its right? So the far right is going to be the sessions volume profile, and the two to the left of that are going to be the current swing leg that we are on. So that basically is right here would be this swing low down here at 540s up to where we are currently trading. And as we drift up higher, it's going to continue to build up this current swing leg that we are on. And it'll repaint and rebuild these as we like kind of break that swing one way or the other.
Man, Russell, new high of the day there.
Coming here, the overnight VWAP though in NQ. Yes, it is not a fixed time frame for those leg to legs, technically.
Natty gas. In my view, like right now, if I were to say like the best trending markets, it'd be Nat Gas, Russell, and probably the Dow. Longside trending markets, which then I'm asking myself why I should just be trading those three. Which I'm loading up here. Oh man, I'm getting saved on the CL. The thing about trading is, as long as you keep your chips on the table, you stay in the market long enough to get lucky. But if you can't put your chips on the table, you never get the opportunity. My friend Perry Wilkie, who gives me my options gamma levels. I'm going to load those up. I have not loaded those up yet today. And I'll take a look at some gamma levels in these indexes. But mostly I'm looking at NASDAQ and ES when I'm looking, because those other markets really just don't have enough volume to make them worthy or worthwhile. Actually, I should say gold and silver. I forgot about those on trending markets, but that 6,900 level in the SPX, which lines up 6,900s in the SPX equals roughly 6,932 in the ES.
There you go.
And that is a big gamma level. It's a put wall. A put wall. For the NQs, the weekly call wall is right here in the NQ at this 25,630. So this 25,630 where we're currently trading in the NQ should be something that you should pay attention to moving forward. And then really the next rotation gamma wise is up to 625 in the QQQ. And we're at 620s. So clear above this 620 in the 620 in the QQQ equals 25,630 in the NASDAQ. So clearing above this could end up turning it into support, but this is where they're going to need to get her above, and you can see we're kind of going sideways at this zone. 25,631 is the equivalent.
Nick, are you still in your ES trade? No, I got stopped out. I'm trying to get short here in NQ off the 630 level. I was trying to build into it, but I might have just gotten a hair early at like the 615s. So I let it take me out for 10 and looking to re-enter here.
Jack, on your bottom oscillator, what does a look back use on the ATR expansion? 10 bar? Yes, 10 bar. 10 bar, and I look for a 50% increase on the 10 bar average.
Look, I'm just barely missing moves in some of these trades.
Yeah, I feel like you've been calling a lot.
Yeah, I feel like I've had good reads. It's just I have not. I've just been slightly off on the execution today of making money.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't execute the same way you do. I can't do that. Like, I can't do that super tight because I find myself like making, too many mistakes, and then I get frustrated and then I overtrade.
Yep. I mean, I've kept my losses small. I'm down, whatever, still less than $1,000.
Yeah, also the markets I'm trading are just really slow right now. I need to do a little bit. My market selection was not that good this morning. I did not do my necessary prep work here. Just
It's gonna push. It's probably gonna push back to the 60s, isn't it? Chap cap. I don't have a DLL necessarily. I mean, I don't let things get crazy, but I mean, I've taken a few, I'm not calling them scratch trades, but like small losses because I kept my size, at ones. So I haven't really taken any big loss. So, but I mean, I try to, if it gets over 3 and I've taken several trades, I usually will try to call it a day.
I am going to add into my CL here. ES is looking good.
It's going to pop. Nick, which TF do you use right now? I don't know what TF.
Jack just described my account yesterday. Yeah, no, I mean, got to know your habits.
Oh, time frame. What time frame do I use? I mean, I'm usually executing off a 500 volume on NQ. But as far as what I look at, I mean, I'm all over the place because 500 volume would be equivalent, close enough to like a 1 minute chart. But I look at a 5, I look at a 1 hour and a 4 hour. And I'm kind of executing based on those.
Oh, wow, we're moving in. A couple of questions here from me. Can you explain the 10 bar on the 5 minute? So what I'm like, it's just one of the indicators that I have. I actually need to get it recoded, but because there's something not showing up. But what I look for is I get a notification and the bar change color when the average true range is 50% greater than the 10 bar average. So I'm taking data of the last 10 bars, and if that range increases by 50% or more, I just get a chart notification on it. And what my theory is, okay, when you have a range expansion, it's one of two things. It's a capitulation, typically. Like if you see like super aggressive selling markets in the overnight session, and then all of a sudden like just a fat wick down, like, and that's it. And there's no more new lows. That's you get your capitulations, or you get the situation that we had yesterday when there's a new event. So we had range expansion yesterday at 225. That was related to comments from the WF, whatever. Forget those comments. They don't matter. What matters is like if I see that and then all of a sudden, the market, I think the ES was 46 points in 5 minutes. I know, don't short that. Like I will just, it's that thought will eliminate from my mind. Instead, I will let it play out a minimum of 25 minutes, and then I'll do analysis to determine if I have an entry there. So there's many different ways of which I use it, but basically what I'm doing is I'm looking to highlight and increase momentum move, because there's three things to a great strategy, and it includes time, price. So price levels are like, maybe it's your fib level, or maybe it's point of control, or it's just support or resistance. However you get your price level, like we all have our own methods, okay? And then you need to include momentum, like how fast is it moving your way? And then time, which is how long are you in the trade, or how long does it take to do what you want it to do? I think those are all components of a great strategy. Uh, That's funny. SI looks like the ask button is out of order. Oh man. I mean, if we can just buy Greenland for 700 billion, like what is money anyway? All they do is control P. Some point everybody's gonna wake up to that. What an incredible historical move. And then you can't buy it. And then you can't buy it. That's funny. Elon can buy Greenland with 25 billion to spare. I mean, that's pretty incredible. I don't know if he'd be able to liquidate his entire position at the market value, though. But we're entering an age of abundance. That's what they tell us. I hope so. Gotta be positive. Man, gold really cleaned up here. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I had my eye off the ball here today, off great markets. So I get my mental clarity back. Abundance and awakening. Get your meditation on, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you. There we go. See, folks, now we're just going to get back to green on the day. Hopefully. Oh, that buyer stepping right in there at 610s.
Treasury notes. Jim dropping the info here. Oh, treasury bonds.
I'm going to scratch. Could we come back up here? We'll probably go to 660s, and I don't feel like getting run over.
Huh.
I would like to see this rotate back down to 590s.
Oh. Oil inventory is in over an hour.
Come on. I'm looking for much more than 580s at the absolute most.
Our oil, oh, that's right. It was a holiday week. Oil inventory is
New highs in silver. Look at that.
12. Wow, surprise. I got my number up there. Did you submit your number to Jim? I forgot. Everyone's got their targets. We're throwing target. I mean, the target's in the moon right now.
Everyone's just saying higher.
Well, it ain't lower, that's for sure.
Not just
But
yet.
here's the question though: does it stay up here? Because like the last blow off top in silver, it pulled back pretty decent and stayed there for a while. So it'll be. I think what'll really be interesting is if we actually don't come back down. Like if we don't get back below 70, let's say. Because I mean, both in whenever the Hunts cornered it, and then the 2020 move, I believe it was. I was really aggressively long the 2020 move. I was in everything. Options, physical, futures. But once that move was made in 2020, we didn't take out the high for 3 years. And we like the high was 30 something. And we pulled all the way back to 17. And here we are at 95. I mean, this chart is wow. It looks like NVIDIA. We're just going to go back to using gold and silver coins because the dollar is just useless. I have my silver here. I got to go buy a car. You just got to use silver bars. Salma. Yeah, guys, pump up the likes here if we could, please. The likes for us. Pity me. I the likes because I showed up under the weather. What profit target are you looking for? On which market? Because I got 2 trades on. I love questions, but you got to be specific because I cannot read your brain.
Just want
Jackie
to see this.
Gleason is back at it. Oh,
Come on, sellers. Let's just crack this under 600 so I can feel good about this. Just give me one more little flush.
rejected from that prior day high, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you sold into?
I mean, yeah, pretty much. Don't know if it was just profit taking from all of our friends that were accumulating longs down here in the lows, but I'm still upset that that second push stalled again at whoever this hand to God buyer at 540 is.
Here we have 400 likes. Let's go.
Yeah, 576 target. Yeah, 580s is fine. It's like the 4-hour open sitting like right around there. So wouldn't be shocked if we found some buyers stepping back in, but I will gladly take that because we sellers just seem to lose all effort, steam, momentum the second we kind of pushed into those 540s. And I'm shocked that we left that poor low. Not shocked, but here we are.
Here. Man.
Just in time for Leo to come in and we can talk once again about Kane's perspective on equal lows versus poor lows.
Cool.
Did you say poor low?
I said poor low, but I could have said equal low and maybe summon Kane in the chat, but I don't know if it's going to.
I think Kane is vibe coding right now. That's all
Is he
he's
vibe
doing.
coding?
Yeah. Good morning, chat.
What's up, guys?
Good morning, Salma.
Hi.
Long time no talk.
I know it's been like has it been a week?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's too long.
How's the book?
I'm still on the same place.
Damn.
I'm sorry. At least I'm honest.
Damn.
I'll tell you. It's because it requires me to actually I need to write and I need to be physically I need to mentally prepare myself to unleash the beast. But tell them where it is. Oh, I'm at the first challenge. It's I think 40 pages in, something like that. But I'm honest.
I appreciate the honesty.
Thank you.
And your background is getting a nice upgrade. Just,
Dude, I know.
going
Nobody
full streamer
noticed.
mode. I noticed.
Thank you. Yeah. I did it this weekend. Finally put up the panels that I bought on Black Friday. It only took me 2 months.
There you go.
Are we flexing backgrounds right now?
Dude, your background, Nick, is sick.
I mean, if we're flexing backgrounds, I'll start flexing the background.
He's about to hit us with all the different colors.
You're going to go
go full
strip
streamer
lights
boy.
on us?
Do pink.
It's just too much effort. I'm managing a trade here. But I'm trying
Yeah,
to
I'm in
just make some money
shorts
back.
too.
Lots of demands.
Is everyone short? I'm short.
Yeah, dump it.
Yeah, I'm short. I tried to long that, down here on ES and NQ, and I have nothing to show for it.
I was short at the open, and I just let it run. And then when we pulled back to per day high, I added more, just put some more on it. And then that's where I'm at right now. I'm short from 676. I'm looking for new lows, honestly.
Yeah, me too. I am as well.
I can see it. I don't have a position on in the indexes, but I've been looking for new lows to buy.
Yeah.
Not yet, Jack.
I've been working on this Dom this morning. and giving, feedback and just observing, looking for things that, we want to change or update. I already got feedback from the chat yesterday added to it today. So we're making iterations are coming fast and furious.
Let's go, Leo.
Show us the update. I will share my screen in a moment. Okay.
Rip.
There she is in her glory. So one of the things that I want to add is you see this 38 lot here. It's 2750. It just got filled. Is like allowing you to highlight large size. So like giving you the ability to change the color of that bar and the text of that bar of that level. So you could identify larger orders without, looking at the actual values, or obsessing over the values. That's one thing. And then being able to change the color of like the white, these the delta bars are all white text right now. So being able to change those from like if it's ask at ask, being able to change it to like a lighter blue. So it just blends in kind of like the delta volume profile. And then doing some other stuff. So we're making good progress.
Looks good. Nick is really like the only one who can say if this actually looks good because I don't know what I'm looking at.
No,
but it looks pretty.
It does. It does.
Yeah, the one thing that's the most impressive to me is the performance. It's clean. It's just as fast as the other platform that I use that we won't name the name of. So this is some serious stuff here.
Yeah, it looks fast. Even coming through with the double delay because I'm watching it on the YouTube stream, so it's going from yours.
Right.
Well, it's going from yours to the Zoom to there, and to see like you know, just the fact that that's coming through that fast, I can definitely tell that that's coming. The data is quick.
Yeah.
Cool. You coding? Are you coding this with like Claude or is this
No. Somebody else, developer is helping.
Very cool.
Yeah. So I'm just the guy giving him feedback. NinjaTrader, helped with some resources. So we're working hand in hand.
Very cool. All right, let's
It
go
looks
oil. Great. Been sitting in this oil trade for too long. All right, Nick, are you still in what you got? Otherwise,
I'm gonna scratch and break even, so it's whatever happens. But yeah, I'm ready to get out of here. So, Leo, Salma, good luck.
All right,
chat.
See you guys.
Thank you guys very much.
Have a good one.
You too.
Let's go.
All right.
Nick's out. Now the shorts shall work. No, I'm joking. He's still here. Shit. Oh god. Just a joke. Leo, you short?
Yeah, I'm short. I was short from the open.
Oh, nice.
And then I just added to it back here when we pulled back to prior day high.
Yeah.
In the view range, there was a little bit of exhaustion up there. So I just added to the existing trade I was in.
Nice. Yeah, I was looking at the 4 hour and it's looking like, as long as we can, I took an entry at previous day high.
Yeah.
But as long as we can lose this one fib level I have here at 35, which is acting like as a super support right now. But I think if we can break through it, we can see the 90 MA on the 4 hour, which should bring us down to around 69.18, about 30 points from here. I don't think it's too far-fetched, and I just have stops at the highs. Probably would cut a little bit sooner if we start to push higher, but
yeah,
that's what I got for now. I'm in super light. I think if we get the move, it will pay, and if not, we only lose a little bit. So
yeah, I guess I'll pull my stop down so the chat doesn't get nervous.
yeah, they'll be fine. Yeah, I don't think I will let it get back to the highs. Just gonna let it sit there though for the time being.
Can I explain tick compression and what it does on the DOM? So right now, every tick is basically getting, the level of bid and offer at that price. So for every, in the NQ, it's every 25 cents, if you will. Tick compression would combine ticks together. So you would go from 625 to 650 and then to 651. Or if you went 1 point compression, you would go 625, 626, 627, and it would combine those values that are in the ticks all into 1 point. So it just depends on, some people like to compress the NQ DOM. Personally, I don't, but I know XYZ does. How long have I been in this trade? Since the open. I was short from here, and I added to it here, and I haven't done anything else. The deltas in this chart are from MNQ because I'm trading micros today. Over here, this is all NQ.
Yeah, dude, micros pay. I don't care what anybody says about my micros.
What is on
I
the
don't
far
know.
right? The far right column is the recent bid and ask. So essentially, it's like the time and sales. But what's really nice here is that what's highlighted is what's happened in the last 10 seconds, and this you can configure. So you're really getting a view into the most recent bid and ask activity. So it's like allowing you to see that aggression on the tape without really having to stare at it time and sales, if you will. So that's a really nice feature that was put in there. Micro risk, micro return. I actually do know a lot of traders making significant amount of money trading micros. So personally, I wouldn't hate on them
Yep.
at all. I don't think it's really appropriate to disparage people trading micros either, because not everyone has the same amount of capital. Maybe you have $1 million account, you could trade minis. Personally, I'm not here on the stream to, show how much size I can put on or, trade 10 lot minis. We're just talking about trading.
Oh, he was saying it as a good thing.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Well, the chat's been
yeah.
a little feisty lately, so I got to respond in kind sometimes. Are
No,
you
you
using
can
the
make
recent bid ask on your DOM now, or is it just there for display purposes? I'm evaluating this DOM as we build it. I personally don't use recent bid ask, but this feature it might convince me to start using it. That's what I was just telling our developer. Can you place a filter on the far right column? I keep a 10 lot filter. I think, yeah, that's a good idea. I'm actually gonna see if we can filtering. XYZ is 100% right. I mean, you can make a lot of money. Maybe the real profit is the friends we make along the way. There's a lot to be said about having good friends surrounding you in the trading world.
Oh, I
Because
agree.
it's a lonely business.
There's also not too many people who are genuine, I feel, in this industry, unfortunately.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
At least from my experience. This is taking forever.
Where are you short from?
45 on ES. I feel like they're just chopping this around to kill options premium. And then when a move comes, it'll be like quick.
Yeah, I
Mr.
mean,
Doe says, Salma, who hurt you? Dude, when you're in
bigger
this industry
picture.
for a long time and you're dealing with a lot of people day in and day out, come across some not very nice people. And when you find someone who's actually genuine and wants to see you win, you keep them close. And as Pax likes to say, good people have a good way of finding each other.
Man, that is true, huh?
Yeah, he like it was the day of the the championship, like after the competition was over.
Mm-hmm.
He called me and we like had like a phone call conversation. It was like really my first time talking to Pax.
Yeah.
And he was just telling me like, there's because I was telling him how like, I'm so glad that I found Ninja found me. I really like, the people I've talked to and have come across. And so he was just saying like good people have a good way of finding each other. And you got to keep those people close. Pax is full of wisdom.
That is very true.
Yeah. Robin's options. Yes, it is my birthday.
What?
Yeah, dude. Salma's getting old.
How old are you?
25.
That's super young.
That is old.
Well,
But I'm
happy
on.
birthday.
Thank you.
I would
Thank you.
sing
Thank
happy
you.
birthday to you, but I'm not a very good singer.
Do it and then get clipped. And
No,
then for the yearly video,
no,
they'll put it in there.
no, not happening.
I'm doing a double stream today. See
Are
you
you
guys
really?
later. Yeah.
Oof.
Yes, sir.
Who's on with you this afternoon?
XY and I believe Joey.
Okay, nice.
Yeah, should be good.
I'm gonna add to this once again.
Bro, Sean said, "What is it like living through World War II?" Gee, thanks. But thank you, chat. Chat just went crazy.
Wait, I'm trading the close.
Wait, you
It's not
are?
on my calendar. I don't know. Somebody just Ninja
Nah,
did it and then they deleted it.
no, I don't think you are. It's XY and Joey, unless one of them needed coverage. But yeah, you can come join us. Let's go.
Oh, they corrected it.
Oh, okay.
No worries. I mean, I'd be fine to come on, but
Do it. Do it. It's fun now. It's like we get the extra half hour we're on. Yesterday
extra
was
half hour and
awesome.
an extra person, right?
Yeah,
people?
yeah, 3 people, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday's stream was so good. I rewatched the whole thing while I was walking the treadmill at the gym.
Oh, really?
It was so good. I wanted to watch myself again. Yeah, it was awesome. It was great. Am I weird for that? I don't know. No, I'm not a Capricorn. I'm an Aquarius. I just made the cut.
They're starting to stack some offers here, so I want to see what happens. So, just starting to see a bit of passive sell activity. Doesn't necessarily mean it's totally bearish, but I'd be willing to add to this trade if we maybe now. I'll put a couple more on.
Yeah, I'm gonna wait. Just want to see.
It's
what they
right on
do.
the edge of this this volume area here. So there's like an LVN that separates this morning's opening range versus today's total volume. So it's a great spot for me to put on more risk and basically kind of use this area as my out, right? So like My stop can be pretty tight, it's 8 points. And if I get stopped out on this, that's fine. I had a great opportunity to add to this trade at a great spot where we're seeing some offer activity on the DOM. And buyers may just blow through this area, and that's fine.
Yeah, I like earlier, I said it yesterday on stream that, if we were to get above the midpoint where we were at yesterday, around 32, this is the midpoint of the gap that we made earlier in the week, that we'd go to the second midpoint at 58 on ES. And, to this morning, we tried to break above, seller stepped in, and we literally closed on the 15-minute, 15-minute candles below that, and that's where we got that drop from this morning. So I would like to see if the midpoint can act as some sort of resistance again. And if it does, I will look to add. Yeah, and ES did not close the gap yet. I don't know about NQ. Leo, do you ever look for gaps?
Just RTH.
Yeah, me too.
RTH,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. I have the RTH and the ETH both marked. ES has not filled its gap yet. We're almost there, but not quite. Someone in the chat asked me, what do your brothers think of you doing trading and streaming? I don't think anyone in my family really understands what it is that I do for work. So, yeah. Kind of just do my own thing.
All right, we're getting a little push now.
Let's go. Good ad.
Thank you.
Just needed to actually drop and follow through.
There was really no, really a buying up there. You see it tail off like pretty hard up into those highs. So
Yeah,
we just need to get sellers to hit the hammer now.
Thanks.
There you
Mission
go.
Control. Thank you. Oh wow, NQ is so much further away from the highs than ES.
I think the Dow is pretty strong. That's probably why.
That's great. That's great.
They're just bidding this right back up.
Now this would be a great spot for NQ to reject.
I would love that.
Yeah. Oh. Come on, don't let me have a red trade on my birthday. Please, trading gods, come through.
They're pulling. They were pulling some bids there. They are.
That moves so fast. Dude, silver has just been nonstop. Wow.
Yeah, I was looking earlier.
You could have longed silver at any point today
Literally.
and made money.
Yeah.
Holy crap. I forget which target I gave Jim, but I think it got hit.
The sellers are hitting the bid here. It's just not working out for them yet.
I'm just waiting for a tweet to come out.
Well, yesterday that happened.
That was so
Does
awesome.
can anybody tell me what the hell is happening with with Greenland? What, I literally don't read the news.
Yeah, Craig and Shai can tell you.
Did we buy Greenland? Is that what's happening? Is this real?
It's all fake. Someone's asking me options versus futures, which is better? Futures all day long. I ditched day trading options for futures.
They're gonna get me.
Yeah, it looks like I might have to scratch.
Oh, am I gonna get saved or not?
Come on, we're at the opening range
no.
low on the 5-minute. The
Yep.
mid on the 15-minute. Just where are the sellers at?
That was a good spot to try. Somebody just hit the bid here at 69. Pretty heavy. Might get below that. I might jump back in here.
What caused the sell-off this morning? Because I was like running around late. I didn't really look at the charts till like 20 minutes before stream.
Jump back in. See if these sellers here have any gas or not. Nope. Rallying all the way back to the open is pretty annoying, especially with all this volume down here.
Yeah. I don't know why I don't trust this push, but it doesn't look like sellers are showing up. I'm gonna get out. Look to reassess.
US offered to buy. EU said no. US said we have a deal to use it all. Okay. So does that mean we bought it?
If this short doesn't work, I will never short again. Yes, you will.
Which DOM is this? It's the one that we're building. This is just a prototype. So it's not fully fleshed out. Like we're working on it iteratively every day at this point. Greenland PM doesn't know the concrete content of Trump's deal. Classic. Just saw they slid a 40 lot there right under the bid.
Can you tell us an easy strategy for new traders so they will be motivated too? I mean, nothing is really easy. You need to just pick something that works for you and stick with it. A lot of new traders tend to want to hop from strategy to strategy because, you try something out, you take a losing trade and you think it doesn't work. And so you switch to something else. And then it's this endless cycle. Just pick something, stick with it long enough, and it will, eventually work out for you. Whether it be ICT, the strat, reading the tape, fibs, whatever it is.
Trump
There's
doesn't know
no.
the concrete details of the Trump deal.
Didn't Trump say Iceland instead of Greenland? I think he slipped. He slipped up.
Hang on. Damn it. I still want to be short this.
I do too. We're back at this midpoint, a little bit shy of it.
Put 3 on. I'll add to this. I'm gonna
No freaking wait, because why not? Yeah. Leo, he mixed up Greenland with Iceland, and he
No
said
way.
he said the market went down because of Iceland. That's hilarious.
That's funny. I'll do this often. I'll put just a small feeler position on. So it's 3 lot micros, $80 if I lose this trade. But it gets me engaged, right? So like I'll add to this trade if we start pushing below these 72s or kind of like in these 65s. And then so if I take a stop on this trade, it's meaningless to me. But I want to get involved here. If we start to dump, then I want to already be in a position where I can add to it.
Yeah, you'd add only if you start going in profit, correct?
Usually yes. Sometimes I would add. I don't really have another area to add above this entry.
Mm-hmm.
We're already kind of at the edge of this low volume node here. So I wouldn't really add if it, goes. I would just, take the stop. But there are
Yeah.
times where I'll enter and then be willing to add, if it's a short, be willing to add a little bit higher, within like a reasonable range. I know that, that's a misunderstood concept, but this is not a full position for me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would add until I get to a full position. I guess that's the best way to say it.
No, that's smart. Someone's asking why you're putting on a short. Like if you can explain why.
Yeah, so there was some selling activity right in this area at the edge of this low volume node here. And I'm already looking for kind of a move back into the bulk of the range today. So just kind of anticipating this be an area of resistance, plus seeing that selling activity kind of got me into the short. That doesn't mean it's going to work. Doesn't mean it's not going to work. Just that's based on the volume profile and the activity that we're seeing. All this blue delta is a lot of buying, but that also means that it's passive selling too, right? Somebody has to offer those contracts for sale. So there's just a very high amount of those that passive activity. So that's it. Let's see if we can get some ads in here. If we start to push, really, when I'm in a starter like this, and kind of at a, it's not like an A+ trade for me. So if we get below and we start to get some momentum, I'll add, but only if there's real momentum. It's not just like we're below 65, I'm going to add to this trade. I want to see it really, those sellers really start slamming into the bid. Because if you notice on this whole leg, look at all these moves, right? So we're going up, but every little pullback is getting bought, right? So I don't want to sell into a little micro pullback that ends up just getting bought again.
I like shorts too. It's just the slow grind up is a little bit concerning. But also, if they drop this without me, I'm gonna be pissed.
On your birthday,
Upset.
nonetheless.
Gonna be upset. No, I don't want to get in just yet. Rack City says Trump
Oh,
delivered
that's
Greenland.
diabolical.
That's hilarious. LOL. Is that a raccoon as his profile picture?
Yeah.
I can't tell. Looks freaking hilarious. I knew it.
I mean, so it's really didn't do anything into the 67s with this kind of using that as support now.
Seeing a
So
400 lot at 69.60 on ES.
it's going to get out of this trade and reassess.
It was a good try. It just looks like sellers don't want to participate. Let's see what silver is doing. And take a short on silver. 1 micro. The guys, this has to be like tight stop.
You're shorting silver?
Yeah, it looks good on the 30-minute. It looks clean for a drop. Not looking for anything too crazy. Like a $400 profit if we get there. Silver is scary to trade though. Anthony says, why wouldn't you just long and go with the trend? I personally didn't see anywhere where I could have gone long. It just looked like good shorts to me on
Where?
ES. Just someone was asking like why would we short instead of going long on the indices, like on NQES? Why'd we short it instead?
Because this is resistance.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would not long into resistance until it becomes not resistance.
Jeez. I'm about to get stopped on this silver trade. You trade the 150K account, Salma? No, I trade just 50K. Sometimes 25K on Lucid. I want to be a little degen. Yeah, silver. Don't want to drop it. Nasty, dude. The only two firms I trade with are Lucid and My Funded Futures. That's it. Those are my top two right now. Tom, do you realize that even the strongest markets pull back? I don't understand, guys. Why is everybody so scared to short? Everyone freaks out when there is a red candle.
They're really hitting this bid, so I'm gonna try
You try it again.
it again. May have sold right to the bottom of this little rotation. Classic. I'm gonna take 40-point stop. Man, that really sucks for me.
Oh, well, we just had Euro close 7 minutes ago, so maybe we start to see more movement. These candles are lame. Jacob, yes, it's 5 days per payout. Yes.
I mean, you can see they're selling into the 70s. Not getting anywhere yet.
Yeah, I don't think your chart is showing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Mhm. Did you re-enter or did you end up getting out?
No, I got stopped out of that. So,
Okay.
at this point, not really gonna play in this little range that we're in.
Yeah.
No point.
This is kind of the same type of movement we saw yesterday, same kind of stalling before we had that drop in the afternoon.
Yeah, right when we got off, Ken and I both got off stream and left XYZ and Nick, and it dumped right after.
That's hilarious. Do you two trade
The
every day?
hold
Sorry,
on,
go
hold
ahead.
on.
Go,
There,
go.
the indicator. This is just a ladder. It's not an indicator. This is a depth of market. So it's showing you bids and offers, and then transacted activity on the bidder ask, and then the volume. So this is the actual orders coming through the market. It's there's no indicator. You were shouting at me to go long from your desk an hour ago. I didn't hear it. Maybe shout louder next time.
I'm dead.
Okay, Selma. Next time we're on stream together, you better have read more of this book.
I know, I'm sorry. It's just been a crazy week. Okay, I need like
Unacceptable.
you're right. I have
Stop
no
doom scrolling Twitter and get your head in a book.
Do you actually want to laugh? I rarely ever scroll on Twitter. Like I go on Twitter, post, and I get off. Go on Twitter, post, get off.
Okay, stop doom scrolling TikTok then.
Yeah, my TikTok, what's it called? Screen time is so low. You'd be surprised. Anyway, I'm back in a silver short. Again, guys, before everybody in the chat goes crazy as to why I'm trying to short this, I can tell you why. We can run through
Show us why.
Yeah, if they put my screen back up. I'll tell the chat why, and please don't go crazy. I need you to understand my thought process first, and then you'll see why I went short. First off, it's just a 1 micro position. I would never put more than that. I am trading a prop account, which obviously has limited drawdown, and anything more than a micro, in my opinion, you're asking for trouble. So that is first things first. Second off, we're here at, you can't really see it because, here, I'll just move my stop real quick so you can see it. This is a fib extension that I have on silver. We got there. We obviously, we made new highs, and then we started to stall, saw a little bit of selling pressure. So to me, this fib level is holding. This is where I'm going to put my stop, okay? If you know me, I've talked about this number of times on stream. This is the kind of setup I would look for to short and vice versa if I wanted to long. So we're at the top of a trend. We start to see some selling pressure. This kind of candle forms where, buyers tried to push price up, seller stepped in, pushed price down, and this candle is now a failed breakout. So this is, to me, valid for shorts. I want to try it again. I think I trade silver a lot, typically during Asia session. It does move a little bit cleaner during Asia session, in my opinion. So what I like to do is just something, it's a small scalp, not looking for a major drop on silver. It can drop more. I'm just looking for something small, and then I like to keep my stops really tight. So here I'm risking about $220 for, I probably might move my take profit. Let me see. Might move it a little bit lower. But I'm risking, I'm trying to make 300 to risk 200. To some people that might not be good risk to reward return, but to me it's good on silver. We'll see what happens. This is off of my entry is off of the 30-minute time frame. So the 5-minute right now is noise. We're holding on to the 9 EMA for dear life. If we drop below, I think silver can start to make a push down. And Lost Light is asking, do you two trade every day? Not on stream, just in general. Yes, I trade every day. Spider, I'm not a silver girl, despite silver obviously being on this crazy run. I'm a gold girl. You see it, I'm always wearing gold.
That's why you're selling it on your birthday.
I have nothing against silver, but I think you're either a silver jewelry wearer or you're a gold, and I'll pick gold any day of the week. And then Jacob is asking, what is the book? It's called Can't Hurt Me. Leo recommended it, and now I'm forced to read it. Now I'm forced to read it.
You actually
guys.
are forced now.
I am.
Put so much social pressure on you.
I can't just put it on the
The
shelf.
peer
behind
pressure
me.
is strong.
It's fine. I'll read it. Why not?
While you were talking, I did go ahead and jump back in short here.
Oh,
So
nice. Let me see. What is ES doing?
nothing yet.
Okay. I like the fact that silver just had its first 5-minute close below the 9 EMA, so I might get that move. And then again, guys, if I get stopped out, whatever, I tried. Thank you, Shap. I'm 25 now. Just turned 25.
All right. I'm going to give up.
Yeah, they're pushing it past that midpoint. Looks like they want that gap fill.
Good for you. Good for you.
Big mad. If they do fill it, I can see the next point of resistance, after making new high day. I would say on ES, I have 69.70. That's been an important level that I've been talking about on stream a lot. Above that, you want to see full gap fill at 69.76-ish. And then I can finally remove this big gray box. Dude, silver just pushed back up. Nice. Let us see.
Watching
Jacob,
this
yes.
silver trade with you.
I honestly, I moved to silver because at least it's moving, whereas the indices are just doing not much. They look like they want to take me out. That is nasty. All right. We'll try again for Asia. I'm not touching
So
silver
have
for the
you
rest of the
always
day.
traded silver, or is
No.
this a new thing?
No, so I've traded gold. I traded gold, and then obviously when gold started to lag and then silver started to run, I started to look at silver. Quickly realized I will never size more than 1 micro.
In
And
silver?
yeah,
Yeah,
like
because the micros are more like 5-1 versus 10-1.
dude, it is crazy. I'm good with just the one. But I haven't
Just the
really
one.
looked. Yeah, I'm good. I haven't really looked at gold and probably since the competition. Like I haven't really traded it much. At one point I was just trading gold. I wasn't even looking at ES. The indices weren't really too attractive to me at the time, back in like October. And then that's when I rinsed the hell out of Top Step. Never looked back. Dude,
Oh, tell me about that.
I ran them for their money and then I ran away. I was just trading gold at that time, and if anybody remembers, at 6 p.m. Eastern time, when the market would open up, I would just long gold. It was literally like I would just close my eyes, long gold, and then I'd just be in profit. And I did that
Just
long enough.
close and get long. Close your eyes
Dude,
and get
close
long.
your eyes, throw the dart, you land bullseye every single time. It was amazing. I kept doing that until it didn't work anymore. Okay, so
I mean, it works until it doesn't.
yeah, and it worked for a long time. It was like probably like 3 weeks worth of just being able to long at the open. And you'd get these crazy moves. Anyway, long story short, I was able to run 4 Top Step accounts, got max payout, and then I was being an idiot, and then blew them all afterwards. But I got 20 grand from Top Step, one shot, and then I kind of I kissed them goodbye. I said sayonara. Haven't gone back.
Leo, why wouldn't you buy NQ for the move to the top of the day's range? Well, here I was short at 729. I took profit at the prior day high, so the gap fill, and then I held 3 or 4 contracts as we liquidated at the open, and then I held one contract until we got back to prior day high where I added to it, and then we came back to my entry. So I got stopped out there, and then took a couple of shorts here for attempts to get back into the bulk of this range this morning, and they didn't work. I think you guys don't understand that sometimes your strategy or what the trades that you're taking don't work. That's part of trading. So how am I supposed to get along down here if I'm short from up here? Please explain that to me.
Bro, Mr. Josh says, guys, why don't you buy the exact low and sell the exact
exactly. I
high
know.
just over and
It's
over
so
again.
easy.
Oh my
Just-
God.
You just
You
buy
guys
the
kill
low
me.
to the nut and you sell the high and you just make money.
Oh, that was awesome. Silver just broke out. It
Is it still
was,
going?
dude, that was like,
Holy.
yeah,
Where's my silver? Where's Jim? The silver target for me is 97.92.
my
Right here.
next target is 96.68 on silver. Don't get me wrong, guys. I'm still bullish on metals. I still think we continue to run. I was just trying to go for a little quick profit, but I got.
Got.
It happens sometimes. I got. Salma got me trading micro silver. Dude, if you profit, I'll take the credit, but if you blow up, not my problem. I
That's
don't
on
know you
you.
guys. That's on you. Yeah, no, seriously, be careful. Silver is a wild beast.
Jim.
Yo.
Jim Bob.
Okay, so I have the new target for silver for this week is 97.95. Because I know you're taking silver levels.
Well, hang on. Are you
'Cause
amending your previous level?
Well, ours are week by week, so they adapt. So like the first level is 97.95.
Hang on, because I have you at 98.55.
Yeah, that's no longer valid.
97.55. You're saying right now.
97.95.
95. All right, I'll
And then the next one is 103.53.
Wait, you gotta slow down. He's putting these.
What do you mean the next one?
Higher.
So you're gonna
what's
go
mine?
twice. All right, fine.
96.32.
All right, hang on. Give me the second one, Leo.
103.53.
All right. Hang on, I gotta make this another Leo one, right? Okay. Oh, what happened to the last one? Oh, there it is.
You want levels for gold, AK?
No.
AK, but somebody wants levels for gold. Can I give them?
Oh yeah, for sure. Hang on, let me get there. Where's the gold chart?
Wait, can I amend mine too?
Oh my gosh, you guys are high maintenance.
Oh my God.
It's just a little bit higher.
Jim just called us high maintenance.
All right, let's go. I got gold. What? Give me a number. Don't say 5,000.
I don't have any gold levels. That
Well,
would be
Leo
gold,
is just called for something.
Hang on.
Oh my God.
You're stressing Jim out, dude.
Why is it? That's weird. Hang on.
All right. While we're waiting for Leo, I want to say happy birthday, Salma.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
Absolutely. Now it's Pete's birthday too. Our producer Peter. So it's a double. It'll be a double martini for me tonight because I'll have to do two toasts. One for Peter. I told him I'd do the first one. Second one for Salma.
Let's go. Thank you, chat.
You can just make any number up you want, Leo.
I'm not about making up
he's
numbers,
stressed.
Jim.
All right. Well, while we're waiting, I'm going to put 5,000 in here.
Just give it a minute.
See what happens.
Wait, go back to your silver chart so I can amend my level.
I already
Right.
removed it.
Oh, goodness. Hang on. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Hang on. Silver. Shai is the only one who isn't high maintenance. All right. So, Selma, well, we hit your number, did we? Look at that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, my next number is actually now close to Shai's. It's at 96.68.
All right. So 96.
68.
Here we go.
All right.
GC is 44.18.
You get one amendment.
Wait, that's not right. That's not right.
Jim, you're strict.
44.
Well, I mean, come on. I mean, this is important business. We're literally supposed to give our levels for where this thing is going to hit the top with a certain amount
the
of
top?
Oh, I didn't know we were doing the top. I thought we were just
There
doing
goes
targets.
fucking NQ mid.
All right, I'm going to give you guys a chance to think this through. This segment is out of time.
I like shorts.
Here.
Real quick, Leo. I like shorts if this 15-minute candle closes anything like this on
No, we
ES.
just hit my OR mid trade. I missed it because we're talking about gold for some reason.
All right, you guys both have homework
Okay.
assignments.
Here's the weekly GC level.
All right,
4666.
hang on.
They're on the screen.
4666 even.
0.9.
9.9.
I'm missing my fucking NASDAQ trade.
But we're past 4666. You realize?
I don't even know. I'm just giving you the levels.
Come on,
We're
Leo.
Actually,
trading
you know
at
what?
48.79.
Jim, gold is way beyond the levels that we even have. So you can just I don't have any levels for gold. How about that?
Wow.
That's how crazy the move in gold was.
I don't even know what to make of that.
Listen,
right.
Leo, you need to stop stressing Jim out. Enough. I've intervened.
I'm getting all. Look at Mark Boo wants to be in this too. Oh my goodness. I don't know. This sounds like maybe there's some kind of contest here. Maybe there's something here. It's like what's the high going to be in gold in the first quarter of 2026. I'll talk to the producers about this idea. So don't be emailing me your gold predictions, everybody, just yet.
ES is dropping here. Leo, did you enter? Because
No,
I got it.
Look at my chart. This is my trade. Like I talk about it every other day, it feels like. And I missed it.
The OR mid, yeah.
Wow.
We just need the 15-minute candle to close. Anything like this.
To the tick. Even.
All right, you guys. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thanks, Jim.
Absolutely. Appreciate everybody being here this morning. We are going to do an edge report in a minute, but a couple of things I want to point out. Subscription button. Let's get to that 200,000 subscription sooner than later. The giveaways are going to be epic. I mean, Leo might even give away a gold level. I don't know, but it's going to be super, super awesome. So thank you for hitting that subscribe button. It's free. It means a lot to us. The bigger the community, high tides lift all boats. This has been a great community. The chat is awesome. Everybody is helping each other out. It's just a bunch of good folks here, and it's the best community I've been involved in. So thank you for that. Appreciate your thumbs up. Let's give a round of applause for Leo and Salma for laying it on the line today.
Thanks, Jim. I'll be back.
That's right. All right, that's my next pitch here. My next spiel this afternoon. Trading the close. XYZ, Joey, and Salma's coming back, working double time today. Appreciate you being back here, Salma, on your birthday, nonetheless. Get some birthday trades going.
Jim, I mean, I never thought I would ever be spending my birthday on stream. 3 months ago, if you told me that, I wouldn't believe you. But here we are, and I couldn't be any happier to do it. So, yeah,
Well,
thanks for having me, chat.
We are glad, for sure. All right, Leo, any last second comments before we go to an edge report?
Any last comments?
Yeah.
It's going to say some bullshit.
No?
Do not eat yellow snow.
All right, man. Thanks for that.
All right.
Very, very awesome. All right, guys.
Thanks, Shai.
We will talk to you later. Hey, Leo, if you could hang tight for a couple minutes, I got a question for you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. All right, everybody.
You're in
Let's
trouble.
do a quick edge report. We're going to look at the NASDAQ right now. NASDAQ's doing some interesting things. Let's just kind of do a refresher course on a daily. Here's a daily NASDAQ chart. Now, we had this kind of reversal of fortunes yesterday. Today, a continuation buying. Now, we had some wicks at the top and a wick on the bottom when you look at a daily. And that's telling me, well, there's a little, we're tightening this body a little bit. We'll see how tight we get it. We're above that yearly pivot. We're right above that VWAP that Anthony talks about, the annual VWAP, which is important. That's that white line right where my crosshairs is right now. Moving averages are trying to arc up a little bit. We see the start of kind of a movement, especially in the ADMA. And then MACD still a little bit negative, but trying to turn the corner. Intraday is where it gets interesting. I mean, this is kind of an interesting. We have a dominant point of control, even though we don't really have. It's not the greatest Gaussian distribution, right? We have volume clusters, volume clusters, volume clusters, but the point of control is pretty dominant actually right now, and we're trading right at that point of control, by the way. And I'm just going to spot that around 25,675. We'll round up. Couple of areas of interest to consider. We're trading above VWAP. We lost the session VWAP in the rearview mirror all the way back here at 11 o'clock. Well, all the way back here at 11 o'clock, and we started trading above it. Now we're kind of dipping back down a little bit right to that 9 EMA. So my eyes are going to be on that VWAP. Or buyers in control, or sellers in control. Global picture here, big picture. Alternatively, we hit that 0 DTE call resistance just now, last 10 minutes ago, and literally 25,700 couldn't get traction above it, and now we're retracing back down. So we are in the middle of the value area right now, more or less. Previous sessions highs are also right here to think about that. So the midpoint of the IB is also important to me anyway, and that's approximately 25,633. So we get a breach below that, a breach below VWAP, I'll be a little bit worried, but maybe this is just a regular normal retracement back down a little bit after that really nice run that started at about 10 o'clock. We'll just call it 10 o'clock today. So that's it. Jack's 1 forming the bottom of the conversation, and that's it. That is this afternoon's Edge Report. We'll keep an eye on that NASDAQ. Again, appreciate everybody being here. Reminder, just if you missed it a couple seconds ago, Salma's coming back on her birthday, and then we have XYZ and Joey trade the close. 2 o'clock start, everybody. For those of you who have missed the last couple of sessions, 2 o'clock is our new go time, not 2:30. So we're going to hit it with Shai's afternoon report, and then we'll do a quick edge report, and then we'll get into trading the close. One last thing I want to remind everybody about. On your screen, you see a whole bunch of stuff that comes through on the actual show. One of those are those MenthorQ levels, the gamma levels. So you'll see gamma levels, you'll see high vol levels, you'll see call resistance, put support levels, and those are levels that we feel are important. And when they're triggered, they will come across the screen. And if you see one, you have any questions, type it in the chat. I'll do my best to answer it. But that's what you're going to see more of, along with the Edge Report data as well. All right, having said all that, everybody relax, have a great lunch. I will see you this afternoon.